Welcome to this meeting of Finance Committee today. My name is Deirdre Bartman. I'm the committee chairperson. Today on our agenda, we have public procurement. So it's the annual public procurement disclosure report that we'll be receiving a briefing on. And we also had the new grant framework on it, as well as the value for money aspect of public procurement and supply chain management process, including the top 10 goods procured across departments and top 10 services procured across departments. In the second session, we will be having also a briefing by the Provincial Treasury regarding the process leading to the shortlisting of candidates to fill the vacancies on the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board, which we will put to the committee that part is an open session, and it will be the outcomes of the probity reports which the service provider will present, which will we then put to the committee to request that is a closed session as it contains person's personal information. And then there is resolutions and actions. Colleagues, before I request introductions from everyone, just two things. The first thing is just to say thank you to yourselves from last week. I've been sick, I have COVID, and I'm going out of isolation on Friday, and I'm easing back into online meetings. I just wanted to say thank you to all the members for helping out in terms of alternates and chairing and continuing with the work of the committee while on oversight, and so that the committee's work doesn't just simply stop. Secondly, I've received a request from the Provincial Treasury that we postpone the session on the value for money section, as well as the respective itemized goods and services, just so that they have enough time in order to get all of the information together for us, and that we then continue with the rest of the information in the meantime today. Colleagues, since that was a resolution of the committee in 2020, February, I'm going to ask that when we do introductions that we can also just indicate whether it would be possible for us just to postpone that particular part of the first presentation for today. Members, with that, if you could please introduce yourselves.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning. My name is Matlodi Maseko, and I'm the member of the Standing Committee. And Chair, I think what is important to us is to get more information from the department. So if they are saying that they are not ready yet, I feel we have to give them time so that when we get that information, we don't have to ask more, then we'll have everything that we need and the engagement will be fruitful with all information before us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We did receive the presentation on the annual disclosure report as well as the grant framework, so those parts will be continuing. I see Member Nkondlo's bubble.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members. My name is Member Nomi Nkondlo. I'm part of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm the member of the committee, and I concur with what Honourable Maseko has said.
Thank you so much. And I note I've received an apology from Member Makamba Bocha. Okay. With that, then we will then postpone that particular briefing section of today to further assist the department with being able to get all the information together. I am going to ask that the Minister just make some introductory remarks, should he wish, and that Provincial Treasury just introduce the delegation before we jump into the first presentation. Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to be clear, would you like me to make my introductory remarks before we ask the team to introduce themselves?
I think let the team introduce themselves first. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could then hand over to David Savage to introduce the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair, and welcome back. I'm very pleased to hear you on the road for recovery, having been through a similar episode myself. And good morning, members. Yes, I'm David Savage, head of the Provincial Treasury. I'm joined by teams from both branches of the Treasury. The team that will present on the procurement disclosure report is led by Ms. Jalinda Gantana and supported by Isaac Smith and Nadia Ibrahim. The team that will talk to the local government transfers matters is from our Fiscal and Economic Services branch that is led by Dr. Roy Haverman and includes Mr. Malcolm Boyson, Dr. Ndodana Leah, and Shafika Davids. There are one or two others from the Provincial Treasury who are with us. Ms. Claire Horton is here to assist on the gambling board matters, along with Dr. Ndleya, and Mr. Mpiwe Mzomba is joining us as well because he works quite intensively on some of the data issues. Then, of course, we're joined by our CFO, Ms. Anna Marie Smit, as well. Just with respect to the one matter on the value for money and procurement reporting, we will cover some of the methodological issues and challenges that are being experienced in the presentation on the procurement disclosure report, and so that would hopefully give members more insight into where we are in what is a very complex and highly technical process of constructing the data sets. But there has been some progress made, but there have also been some challenges experienced, and so we'll just alert the members to the methodological issues in that respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Minister, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you and the committee, obviously, for the opportunity to brief you, particularly on the procurement disclosure report. Today, we will be publishing, if I'm not mistaken, our 14th monthly procurement disclosure report, which, as members know, provides detailed information and analysis on COVID-19 related expenditure by departments and, of course, public entities in the Western Cape government. The team obviously will take you through, the background, the scope, the compilation of the report, the challenges that are being experienced, and some of the lessons learned. I really hope the committee gets some insight into just how much hard work goes into compiling the procurement disclosure report. Of course, the report is, as David Savage has indicated, a work in progress, and the team will also sort of set out a way forward to progressively improve and, of course, more importantly, expand the scope of the procurement disclosure report, because in the end, we do want to provide an effective tool for the public, for oversight bodies such as yourselves and other interested parties, with a tool which will allow them to properly scrutinize COVID-19 related expenditure by the Western Cape government. So I certainly look forward to the briefing, and through you, Chair, I would obviously like to hand over to the team to take you through the presentation.
Thank you so much, and thank you for those remarks. Should you have anything else that you need to go and attend to today, you are excused. I know that our meetings in terms of programming are always on Wednesdays, and Cabinet also always sits on Wednesdays, so there's regular conflicts in terms of that. So if you need to go, you're welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I intend to stay with the committee as long as possible, and I'll let you know in advance when or if I have to drop off. Thank you.
Perfect. The wonders of online technology. HOD Savage. Just remember to unmute.
Thank you very much. the wonders of online. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just to note that I will have to step out very briefly at 9 o'clock to just make some introductory remarks at another event that is starting, but I'm intending to be with the committee for as long as I can today, and you'll always have a full team of senior officials on the respective matters with you. I will hand over immediately to DDG Julinda Gantana to introduce the procurement disclosure discussion, and then I think Ms. Nadia Ibrahim will take it forward. So over to you, Ms. Gantana.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members. I think a lot has been said by Minister already, as well as the head of the department. So without further ado, let me get the committee straight into the detail of the presentation, because it is quite an interesting piece of work that we would like to share with the committee this morning. So Nadia Ibrahim is going to take us through the detail. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think Wafika was going to flight the presentation, if she could do that for me. All right, thank you. Thank you, Wafika. If we could go on to slide 1. Chairperson, as a brief background, I think the context of the procurement disclosure report is about transparency being a key element of good governance, and we looked at it as being the bedrock of effective service delivery. So basically to strengthen the trust of our citizens in the use of public resources and build continuous accountability of government to our citizens. The significant increases that we had, I think, was a lot of questions being raised in terms of procurement information. And this also spurred us on to see how we could put this in a meaningful way and disclose such information in the public space. It also provided an opportunity to mainstream how we use our procurement or supply chain strategy per se to mainstream the work that we're doing. So under the leadership of our Minister Manier, the Western Cape government then took a decision to make the public aware of all COVID-19 procurement in the interest of transparency and accountability. You will see in our budget speech 2021, the budget for hope, where the minister did quote and saying that we are committed to clean government in the Western Cape. We were the first provincial government to disclose detailed information on COVID-19 related expenditure. We now publish a monthly procurement disclosure report, and a quarterly procurement disclosure report will be published, and an annual procurement disclosure report related to expenditure in the Western Cape. So the beginning, we started on a monthly one, which we continue. We have now evolved in doing a quarterly one, and then finally an annual procurement report, which we are debriefing you on today. So the annual PDR provides the public with and oversight bodies and any other interested parties with useful information on Western Cape government procurement activities related to the pandemic. Next slide. So what is in the PDR? What you would see is a set of information that looks at each department in terms of what their costs would be related to PPE. So PPE items, their unit costing, the total cost that they've paid, but also we've included other COVID-19 expenditure that is associated to curb the spread of the virus. There's also information on supplier name, total payment to such suppliers, as well as SMME spend. So we have also included information on public entities, and this information is extracted from various procurement systems, except for term of contract and contract commencement date. We'll speak to that information sets, as we go into the report, because there are challenges on how our systems are configured in this regard. Departments then augment this information, because you would see that the National Treasury has also requested the disclosure of such information in terms of us presenting that to them and how we spend our how we expense expenditure during the COVID-19 pandemic in terms of PPE and other COVID-19 expenditure. So there is a manual process that supports the data sets that we have, which we refine and send to our departments for checking and confirmation, and thereafter prepare that for publication. Public entity information, however, is not on a system technically managed within the Provincial Treasury, so that information is provided on a manual basis via an Excel workbook. Next slide, Wafika.
Colleagues, I'm just going to remind everyone just to keep their mics off if they are not currently presenting. Otherwise, there's going to be background noise while Ms. Ibrahim presents. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Then in terms of consolidating the report, the information in the PDR is drawn from various systems, as I mentioned earlier. So you will see you have departmental bid registers, you have Logos, the Logos provisioning system, the e-procurement system for quotations that is now used, that we use also within the formal bidding process for emergency, within the emergency dispensation, BAS information, which is our basic accounting system, as well as being matched against the National Treasury Central Supplier Database, which stores the information for the profiles of suppliers, and then further we augment that with the Western Cape Supplier Evidence Bank that stores the supplier information and supporting documentation in terms of the compliance requirements that we match within the data. So supplier information must further be matched and checked for conflict of interest of state employees. We look at personnel information systems and then check it against the National Register for Tender Defaulters. Through this, regular standardized report is produced where the department wishes to be proactive in its response to procurement-related matters. So we do that preliminary requirement and we publish that, we send that to departments as well. So supporting the public disclosure report is what you also call a much broader context of a supply of procurement insight report that we send to our accounting officers. So at this point, it is just the disclosure of expenditure as it occurs monthly and not necessarily a reflection of the value for money purchasing, because it is about extracting what was spent and who we spent it on and on what we spent it at this stage. So expenditure still needs to be audited and it has to go through a rigorous internal and external audit process, as well as checks from the department on how did they arrive at the requirement. So what you would see at some instances, they may not be necessarily cumulative because your IYM check-in processes kick in, after the requirements are captured on the system in terms of verification and vetting and ensuring that the data is captured credibly. A path-breaking and continuously developing process and product is something that we pride ourselves on in the procurement disclosure reporting, and PT has sought to continuously refine and improve this report over the course of the period under review, as indicated by our minister. And the first iteration of the PDR was issued on 28 July 2020 for the period of 1 April to 30th June, with subsequent versions being issued monthly as we built the data mart. It put us in a position to do this on a monthly basis. Next slide. Just the process depicted in kind of a picture format. So you'll see all the systems that I've mentioned previously on the first part, which gets extracted and imported into what we call a Power BI model. And therein we need to look at data cleaning, data mining, data verification, looking at any capture errors or spelling errors and commodity classification issues, and then present that and, even looking at duplicate requirements, because it is about manual capture and human error is common in the space because you get, people that capture that may not necessarily be aligned to the financial requirements as well. And there's a number of mistakes or human errors that could be presented. So it takes a lot to cleanse, to extract, cleanse, and then package the information in a way that people understand what's being presented, and then doing the visual analytics in terms of dashboarding and the like. Then we begin to analyze the information, and we attempt to to flag a few findings and recommendations made as well. Then next slide. So just a few snapshots from the PDR, which is quite the annual one, which is quite a big document. So I've just extracted some of the salient aspects of the report itself to give you a snapshot of what's presented. Next slide, Wafika. So if you would see, this is a summary of expenditure. So what we do is give you a context of what is spent, not just in the financial year, because the pandemic was declared in March. So there's a portion of expenditure that was spent in March 2020, which is slightly over 19 million during that period. And then looking at the first quarter in terms of what was spent, and you see the split between PPE as well as other COVID-19 expenditure, and that progressively within the second, third, and fourth quarter, and that's at the bottom of the slide. You will see progressively a decline in expenditure because a lot of effort was put in actually preparation for what was to come within the first quarter of the financial year, and also a bit on the second quarter of the financial year. So the total expenditure, that was spent on COVID-19 is 2.2 billion. You'll see within the red ring there, with other COVID-19 expenditure, 1.17 billion, but particularly on the Q&I sites and all of the Hospital for Hope and all of that was actually within that expenditure. And then obviously PPE, which is the 857.7 million that was spent. And then you see the March expenditure there as well. Next slide. So in terms of one of the objectives of leveraging procurement is about using our procurement as a lever for empowerment. And within that space, the Triple P requirement is about meeting the BEE levels or BEE contributor levels. And within the diagnostic of procurement, you would range from a level of 1 to 8. You will also have those participating who don't have BEE credentials, but they still are allowed to participate in the process. It's except they don't get any preference points, because the objective of preferential procurement is exactly what it says, is giving preference for previously disadvantaged groupings to be able to participate in a procurement space. So within the levels 1 to 8, there would be those preferencing that would bring them into a better position to actually tender. So what you would see, what we spent within the province on BEE expenditure alone of companies that had BEE credentials was 1.23 billion. And in terms of non-BEE credentials, it was 791.84 million. And you would see the breakdown at each level that we spent either on other COVID-19 expenditure and PPE together with the percentage of spend within each category level. Then next slide. So SMMEs is a part of the BEE classification, and they generally are grouping that looks at EMEs, so your startup companies, as well as those within a turnover of below 10 million. And then QSEs also within that category, but at a higher level of BEE. And we group that into what is the generic term for SMMEs. So within the expenditure, you will see that of our total expenditure for COVID-19, 2.303 billion was paid to small businesses, the general name, which is small, medium, and micro enterprises, or SMEs. And you would see the split between QSEs and EMEs, and then with a percentage spend of 67.35% of our COVID-19 expenditure. You will see between QSEs, which was 34.06%, and EMEs, it was 33.29% of the expenditure, with the balance of 32% going to other entities in process. Then on the side, you do have the split between our provincial departments and our provincial public entities. So the total spend for provincial departments is 2.02 billion, and quite close to because it is the bigger portion of the pie, quite close to the overall expenditure for SMMEs, which is 67.32%, and then for public entities, which is a much lower spend of 4.15 million as opposed to 2 billion. And you see that's a higher percentage of SMME presence there, which is 83.53%. Next slide. Then also what we do, I think it's important for us to also locate where expenditure goes via the procurement process. So we have already started to geomap where our expenditure is being spent within the Western Cape via our procurement mechanisms. So for COVID-19, the regional analysis shows that the bulk of our expenditure actually was spent within the Western Cape region, with at least 63.59% being spent within the Western Cape. But there's also a representation of other provinces, in which COVID-19 expenditure was made. So the second province which received expenditure from the Western Cape spend is the Gauteng province, followed by KwaZulu-Natal. What you would also see in the space is an indication of transfer payments, and within the space, because of the way the expenditure is being classified for COVID-19, some of that expenditure needed to be dealt with within a transfer payment mechanism, and that is also reflected within the space. In ordinary procurement, this wouldn't be the case, but because it's COVID-19, you would see that being reflected here as well. Next slide. So some of the lessons learned, I think importantly, what the disclosure does teaches you, and as my HOD would say, it is about throwing sunlight on the process. It is about being able to put the information out there and to allow it to have this rigorous scrutiny and questions being raised in different contexts, because from our side, we focus on the technical, the legalities and all of that. But it's important that the public as well get the right context and different stakeholders in the process also be able to interrogate. So some of the lessons learned and gaps is important for us we document that, and we try to attend to some of those pitfalls, or how we present the information in a way that's more meaningful and understandable to everybody else. So if we actually go to the next slide, I will speak to some of the lessons learned. So importantly, procurement operates within a very regulated environment. So for COVID-19, it was no different than any other. In fact, it saw a huge push up in prescripts being issued, because when you're operating within an emergency environment, it's one thing, and there are emergencies prescript, but this was a disaster. So which means that the disaster affected many things within the market, particularly supply and demand, but it also opens up the opportunity for irregularities as well. So one of the things that you saw happening very rife within the environment is issuance of the prescripts. And I think being not so familiar with the disaster of this magnitude, we treaded more on caution in terms of regulating what that would be. And I think both on the national space and in the provincial space, you will see a number of instructions and regulatory issues being raised with the provincial treasury way back when the disaster was declared, issuing a mechanism on how to organize our departments in a particular way to respond to COVID-19. You will see National Treasury issued various requirements, and part of which was wanting to centralize some of the PPE purchasing, and that was way back in April 15th, where that was issued in terms of setting up mechanisms within the Solidarity Fund to be able to purchase PPE items. But very quickly, we found that mechanism to be quite ineffective because it was about who came first, and very quickly that mechanism was depleted in terms of the availability of funds as well as the ability of those suppliers to produce that PPE for the provinces. Then progressively on the 8th of May, you find, on the 28th of April, you would find that Instruction Note 5. Now, Instruction Note 5 brought together a lot of uncertainty because you found that there were 3 to 4 iterations of that, and you'll see that at the bottom. It was amended in May, and then again in June and July, and then finally, what you don't see on the slide, there's a post which is not applicable for the period that we're reporting. There has been a subsequent 4th amendment as well. So in between, what you would see, the changes were very quick and very swift, and it became impossible for procuring institutions to respond as quickly because you need to change business processes, you need to change certain requirements on how you actually do your work. So between April to May, there was a 16 working day change between the first direction and the second one, and then the next iteration, a 43-day change, from that. So within the province, you'll see the brighter blue areas is where the province actually look at the mechanism, because we do a center-led kind of approach for uniformity and standardization in the province. So we ensure that whatever is issued begins to speak to the principles of governance that need to be implemented, and we manage that with a uniform, standardized way of doing work so that all our departments approach the mechanisms in a similar or same manner. And so throughout that process, you will see where the Treasury played a critical role in organizing the prescripts in a way that became meaningful for the province to be able to comply. Next slide. Local content, I think, became quite an issue within the space, as well as local content requirements were added additionally to PPE items that were not in the norm designated for local, particularly cloth masks. And it is an area where our provincial departments normally don't. It's not an item that is purchased within our ordinary departments. Except for maybe a Department of Transport and Public Works, who would do the normal technical PPE for technical work that they do. Like engineers and those kind of who would be looking at particular areas that in workshops and that they use these protective gear. With the exception of the Department of Health, because it is their core business to purchase PPE in terms of dispensing with their health mandate. So it was about compliance and minimum specifications as determined by the HWO, the NDOH, as well as the DTIC. And then obviously a benchmarking pricing that was issued, and usually there's always a context when you issue benchmark prices, because it does affect the market in a particular way. So the market will respond if it is not properly applied, if the market rate is lower. And if you issue a benchmark price, then the market automatically adjusts to that benchmark. And some of which you would see happen in the current context as well. And it has happened in our ordinary procurement as well, in experiences before. So what we did see is about benchmark pricing. And also the ability of the market to be able to deal with that. And so the context also of what is the supply and demand and what is the markup of that, and are suppliers able to keep to a particular price in terms of the benchmark. So some of those challenges were very rife in the current context and process. Then looking at registration of suppliers, so central supplier database and any other database is approved by the National Treasury, as well as suppliers of cloth masks required registration on the Department of Small Business Development. Then compliance with local content and production within the clothing, leather and footwear sector where applicable, and in those instances requiring certification by the SABS. So then what you would see is that all PPE required to be meet the 100% local threshold in terms of manufacture and in terms of the designation. These requirements needed to be included in bid documents, and the normal exemption process would apply from the Department of the Trade Industry and Competition. And on 3rd July 2020, we saw benchmark prices for PPE and fabric masks to be applied, as well as the negotiations with some service providers where prices were higher than the 10% allowable variance. Necessary approvals to be obtained from the accounting officer or accounting authority or delegated persons within justifiable reasons, and suppliers with exorbitant prices to be reported. What this slide actually demonstrates is the level of rigor that was required within a space where you needed to respond quickly and to be able to deal with, very quickly aligning yourself to limiting the spread of the virus, particularly with key officials, because we're purchasing for officials to be protected in their normal everyday work, particularly within the Department of Health. And then what you would see in this space, being a global pandemic, you would find the scarcity of supply and demand, which were in some instances traditionally purchased from international suppliers as well. So there was a number of anomalies that actually affected the market and how these would be dealt with in terms of the available supply of products to the demand that was required at that time, and still is. Next page. Then there were, I think, there were some experiences where I think there's much more than this, but I think what I'm presenting today is probably on the three broader areas of some of the issues in terms of experiences and lessons learned, one of which was the inconsistent and unstable regulatory environment, making it very difficult to maintain consistency and standardization on purchasing requirements throughout the period. So firstly, the many iterations of the instruction notes, process and procedures and deviations where necessary, and what departments would do to be able to regularize should they deviate from any of the requirements. Supplier lists that were issued in the first phase were not maintained, creating difficulty in establishing available suppliers as well as compliant suppliers. So the default position was using the central supplier database and looking at probably a third party that would, obtain these products depending on how the supply and demand would be. Local content criteria, and I spoke to that, were applicable during the disaster issued on 20th May, and also it encumbered processes during the pandemic in terms of red tape required for certification, securing compliance suppliers, noting that PPE and cloth masks were not in the norm purchased by departments, nor were they previously designated for local content and production. Normal procurement procedures then began to kick in after 18 September. And whilst you're still within the pandemic going into a second wave, so the practical experience drew attention to the fact that governance requirements for procurement during ordinary emergencies. One of the things that we learned, when you're looking at an ordinary emergency, when you build that into your procurement process, it's one thing, but when you deal with the disaster, they are distinctly different. And so how do you what are your trade-offs and what is the balance that you need to deal with in this space became critically important for us as a province. And there were many lessons learned on this front. So it was one about how do you balance, service delivery and compliance and performing in the supply chain, and how do you, if you're trying to save lives, what would be your overriding principles in that, and under what constraints do you do that, but what would be the acceptable mechanism within which you would look at deviation from the norm. PPE specifications, I think, was one of the things that really assisted us, and this was the one single thing I think that National Treasury did well in terms of actually putting standardized uniform specifications on the table, which allowed us to use this when we went out on our own purchasing as well, particularly for PPE items within the Western Cape. Next slide. The second context, and I spoke about it, was about market instability. So supply and demand of PPE was affected at a global scale resulting in prices fluctuating and significant increases given by the scale of the sudden demand and the increase in global demand across the board, and relative to the supply in the market, because the demand was huge, and the ability of our suppliers to actually supply that meant that they were in higher demand, and it was an opportunity for them to make more money out of their products. So prices went up. So maximum price thresholds created upward pressure on prices as suppliers aligned prices to the upper limits, and I spoke to that earlier. However, when prices were readjusted down in terms of the benchmark prices that national put out there, the market didn't respond in that way. Suppliers kept to the higher limit and did not adjust downwards. In certain instances, a hike in prices was felt as we found that the scarcity of certain products, became even more rare. It was hard to get by, and departments needed to do buyouts, to see where they could actually get to the point of particularly our Department of Health, in terms of acquiring it from any source and buying the maximum stock out from the relevant suppliers. The third aspect is about service delivery challenges. So you would have the national transversal contracts that were put together from a central space, and government departments had no option but to, these contracts did not actually deliver because the suppliers could no longer deliver to the needs or the demands of the various provinces, including the Western Cape. And departments had no option but to revert to the option that I spoke about in market instability, which is buyouts and contract extensions. So to maintain stock levels and to meet service delivery needs. So, and just as an explanation, a product buyout is when a department buys all available stock that a supplier has available at that point in time to secure the product. Trade-offs in terms of service delivery and cumbersome governance processes need to be made to manage delivery needs and to save lives in the long term. This required innovative ways of purchasing and playing a critical role, while at the same time having to maintain and manage internal control and risk mitigations processes from a government or a good governance perspective. Next slide. So the information, it then brings us back. How does this feed back into the information that we publish? So information published is unaudited at this stage. So a lot of the inferences in terms of pricing and pricing hikes, we show the match to benchmark prices, and we show where in certain instances that they were higher. But we don't always give you an explanation where that is, because at this time, we haven't gone through every transaction and audited them, either from an internal audit or an external audit processes, and neither has the Treasury also in a position to be able to deal with that. So we publish as is, and so that the necessary questions can be asked in terms of the transactional information. Transactional information is secured as a data upload, also from various financial systems, as I spoke to earlier. So the information then becomes under the data credibility issues. So while all effort has been made to ensure the correctness of data in cases where these are identified after publication, then corrections will be issued. Obviously, we do that process as well. But transactional
colleagues, I lost Ms. Ibrahim there for a bit. I'm not sure if anyone else has also lost her or if it's a problem on my side.
Chair, I think we've all lost her.
Okay. Ms. Ibrahim, are you still with us? Ms. Ibrahim? Okay, is the Ms. Kantana, are you able to assist us with continuing while Ms. Ibrahim joins us again or unmutes?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Let me try, and I see. Ms. Ibrahim just stopped there where she tried to explain how we publish the data and what it represents. There is a bit of an echo somewhere.
And let's just see here. I'm just going to quickly mute everyone. Let's try that. Okay, I've muted everyone. Ms. Quintana, if you can unmute now, and then we can see if we can go ahead quickly.
Okay, so we're almost there, Chair. So the transactional information is based on orders placed, and that is on a month-to-month basis. And I think these two following two bullets is quite important. So it does not reflect journalized entries and corrections done by procuring entities from an in-year monitoring perspective. I think Nadia is trying to get back, and it does not include subsequent financial reconciliations or amendments made at that stage. So it's basically shining the light on the information as we have it, and then and based on this disclosure. I think she's still struggling to get in. And then the second point also that we need to make here, that it does not reconcile back to a contract, as the current financial systems have not been configured. And I think we explained what we are doing. We indicated earlier on in the presentation the various information sources and how we need to bring those together manually. Currently, there is still an embargo on purchasing and the development of financial systems due to the National Treasury requirements as they relate to integrate to the IFMS, as we have already shared with the committee in the past. So at this stage, and I think that's where we're saying the issue around value for money considerations, it is a bit it is tricky at this stage, and therefore the disclosure report only focuses on expenditure against procurement as it occurs. Next slide. I'm going to ask Mr. Smith, Isaac, in terms of the way forward, because this touches on a lot of the systems innovations that we want to drive in this regard. Isaac?
Thank you, Tselinda, and good morning to the chair and all the members. Next slide. Nadia have explained the challenges within the COVID-19 environment. But I think one thing that was in the favor of the Western Cape government is that over these years we've developed a supply chain management strategy focusing on 4 quadrants. And as a result of that, we could, even in this challenging time, we could accommodate some of these issues that's been sent. For instance, on the technology side, we use the e-procurement system for quotes, but not only quotes that's less than 500,000, but also the major procurement purchase. So what we've done also is we've looked at our supply chain strategy and taking the lessons that Nadia have indicated in terms of how we can adopt a more a strong process. So for instance, on strategic procurement, we've introduced procurement planning toolkits, and on a monthly basis, those procurement activities is monitored by the Provincial Treasury. Next one. Just in terms on the governance side, we've issued Provincial Treasury instructions in 2019. And what we've done together with the departments, we've revised our accounting officer blueprint. The accounting officer blueprint is basically the system of supply chain management that's introduced in departments. And from the Provincial Treasury side, we developed that document so that there is standardization across all of the departments. So if departments respond, we all know they operate within a particular environment, in a particular framework, that we're quite comfortable that they adhere to all of the requirements. The procurement planning toolkit, I mentioned about it, that we've introduced since then as a result of the lessons learned. As far as monitoring is concerned, apart from the PDR, we also have got supply chain assessments, and then we also issue supply chain insight reports to departments on a quarterly basis. Next one. What we're trying to explain in this—
I'll come back if you want me to explain this one.
Okay, you can take over, Nadia.
Thank you. My apologies, Chairperson. I was kicked out of the system. So So just in terms of the strategy that we deployed for supply chain management, I think technology is an important leg that drives the process. So where we're moving from a space to move from a compliance base to a performance base. So I know the standing committee has requested how do we look at the value proposition within the supply chain process, as well as look at the impact of that on our commodities, like the top 10 commodities that we have. So whilst we've built, and I'm going to go through this, whilst we've built the data mart to be able to do that, we're still sitting with the issues of credible information, because a lot of this is manually added in that is not validated at the time of reporting. So there's a lot of going back to the department, to actually check this. And within the PDR, because it's COVID-19, departments put a lot of the mechanisms, manual processes on the table to populate the confirmation workbook that we send to them. So, but technically on the system, there's still a number of challenges on how capture is done and how this can be mainstreamed to be more accurate and more meaningful. So linking back to this slide and how we're dealing with the technology enablement to looking to that value add is about planning. On the planning side, I think Isaac would have spoken about the procurement planning toolkit and how do we look at managing or matching our budget to procurement. So we start looking at this very early in the phase when we're already allocating budgets and we're planning and we're reflecting on prior year as well. So our departments are placed in that position, and now we've automated that so that they could do this in a more meaningful way. So that's on the planning phase. On the operational side, it is about looking at how do we purchase this and being able to have line of sight on the purchasing requirements. And that is on the one end through our e-procurement system, but also linking back to the other processes that are there and systems that have been built in, like the National Supplier Database, as well as our evidence bank that supports the evidence that must be used within a procurement process to vet and enable suppliers that are actually legitimate or compliant to procurement prescripts, as well as ensuring the empowerment credentials as well are taken care of. The third leg is about financial integration. And this is how do we, from the procurement process, link this back to how we spend and how we use our finances optimally. And that is sitting on the systems that we call financial systems, and they are various financial systems within the province. The one uniform, or the two uniform ones, are BAS and Logos, and the Vulindlela, intermediary system that begins to pull the information together that must be used. But with the Department of Health, there's various systems that would come to the table. And it is about how do we begin to start this financial integration that links planning and the procurement processes and information to actually the expenditure information that happens. What we are busy with in the provincial treasury is about bringing this into what we call an operational data store that pulls all the data sets in one space, and using business intelligence tools to be able to slice and dice and dissect the information. So that mechanism is already there, but I think what our biggest focus is about data and data credibility and integration and uniform text in the different sets. So that at the end of the day, we're sitting with one set of facts that could be used across the province in the same way, so that different institutions don't present that information set in different ways, because they're actually looking at different sets of information. So with that, we then look at the results, which is then the value chain that we're talking about, and how do we begin to pull that together. And it is about us, one of our roles is support and advice and actually guiding our departments, and the other is about enforcement and enablement. So on the one hand, when we're looking at the prescripts, we also need to put this enabling mechanisms there for our departments to be able to manage this in an optimal way. And we do that through the quarterly insight report. So we present this information set and we say, okay, accounting officers, this is what it looks like. this is what we're seeing from our context, and go back and reflect on that. But it also allows them to go back and make management decisions differently, because then they can see at a helicopter view what's happening within their own environment as well. And then that we're planning, and we've started that integration that begins to now inform the PDR as well. So the PDR information then becomes more meaningful. It becomes more useful in terms of what you see, and then we could incrementally improve that over time in terms of broadening the ambit of what we disclose in the public disclosure report. Next slide. This is then also coupled to what we do in terms of customer relationships and support and development in the space, because I think that's an important factor, because the report is only as good as what everybody that comes together within the space does their bit to improve the veracity of reporting. So support and development and using ICT as levers, as a catalyst for change, is something critical within the supply chain Western Cape space. And on the one hand, it is about customer relationship management. On the second, it's about e-learning. And this is only talking to the technology enablements at this stage. And it's also about enablement and web enablement. So how does the public see us? So on the customer relationship leg, it is about having this help desk that consistently begins to support our departments, not just our departments and entities and municipalities, but also our customer base, which is the suppliers that do business with us. And how do we create that institutional memory within that space to begin to influence the change continuously so that it's dynamic? And then using within, I think the pandemic has taught us technology can be used as a lever in very good ways. So looking at webinars, we're in the space of now producing more videos. As you would see, we've actually gone live on our e-procurement system, and we're using the video mechanism. If you go into our webpage, you will see using that to not only show what's coming, but to do education with our suppliers and our users. And then using, obviously, the model platform that is mainstream within the Treasury to create that institutional memory and accessibility to everybody that we're projecting with. Then it's about also creating the brand in terms of what we need to do as a Western Cape government, but it's also about the information sets, the frequently asked questions, what we do and how we do it that supports the information that's in the PDR as well. Next slide. So how does this client support look like? So within the 2021 financial year, we already started refining that, and you would see in our annual report on the STIP, and I think the Standing Committee is very aware of how we looked at our service delivery improvement plan, but it is about looking at how do we mainstream that differently, and it is coming from a lot of questions that were raised even by this committee, and how do we improve this component of the business. It is about the service desk. It is about learning. It is about having the technology services that would enable this process. It's about complaints handling and service management. So within the query handling, it's about advice and support and guidance so that you consistently do that and be able to get people within this, even within the difficult times. You'll see that this has shot up significantly, in terms of what we previously pitched. And the bottom blocks actually shows you some stats on how that has happened, what we've done within the COVID-19 space, particularly on query handling. And you find the range of query handling that we do, which is largely technology-led, but also in terms of process and procedure and the like. Then e-learning and looking at training and awareness in a different way. And we use a number of mechanisms to do that. Whilst we looked at our governance mechanisms through our accounting officer system within the disaster, it was about the Central Procurement Advisory Committee, the insight reports that I've spoken to, and the PDR, and our forums, frequently asked questions. But in the main, on the provincial side, we have two support programs, one for suppliers and one for departments, within which we mainstream, we consistently look at gap analysis, but then look at projecting how do we take this grouping of people that operate within the supply chain environment to the level of maturity and capability to add the value that we want from a service delivery day. There is a third program of support, and that's run on the municipal side by the Municipal Director for Supply Chain, my counterpart in the Provincial Treasury. Then also the technology services, we spoke to the e-procurement, the SCB and the CSD, so a lot of that work and integration that links back to the previous slide, and complaints handling and complaints mediation. How do we provide the necessary redress for those that are dissatisfied with the business of the Western Cape? And that is critically important, that we listen and we learn, and we also make suppliers aware, because not all complaints are about wrongdoing or irregularity. It's also about people not knowing fully, and how do we equip them to be able to deal with this in a different way. Then it's about service management. It's about the transparency and how do we use the tools at our display, at our availability to put that out there to the public. And the PDR is one of the requirements that we begin to mainstream all of this work that is focused on improvements in supply chain. We've also launched in May this year officially the Procurement Client Center, and in terms of mainstreaming the work that's here. So it is about service interface.
Ibrahim, I'm just gonna quickly mute everyone because I can hear some background noise coming through.
Sure, Chairperson, thank you.
Perfect.
All right. So the Client Center is about mainstreaming that to all our clients. So it's the public, it's the suppliers, it's the officials that engage in the procurement process. It is about whoever that would actually look for that support that would come through. For now, it's about walk-ins with suppliers, and it's about enablement in training and capacitation for both our suppliers and our procurement managers and functionaries. But in the long term, it is about having the center that begins to support procurement, provincial procurement per se. Next slide. So I've spoken about data challenges, and so data challenges generally what we call makes progress on reporting very slow. So whilst we've got all of these initiatives, the ability to demonstrate and show the value add at the end of the day is something that we're figuring out as we go along, because it is about getting the information in the right way, in the right format, that begins to demonstrate how this works effectively. So it, as indicated in the introduction as well, it was the intent to brief the committee on the top commodity spend, but unfortunately, PT experienced data credibility challenges in the information sets, although the capability to do the report is in place. So I can extract for you 10 commodities and all of that, and who that was spent on. The issue is that the correct information? Is there anything missing? And we found a lot of information sets, depending on which journal entries you draw, from the system, may have a different visualization, and we do not want to put something out there to the committee that is not credible. And transactional information is secured as a data upload from various financial systems. So data does not reflect journalized entries and corrections done by the entities in the in-year process. And it also does not allow subsequent reconciliations or amendments at this stage. So for COVID-19, it was possible to do this because of the mechanisms that were put in place manually by departments and by the Treasury, and how we verify that. So we could very quickly ensure that the credibility of the information was very close to what was actually happening out there, and we could publish that information in that particular way. So management of data credibility issues, and I can't, I spent a lot of time talking on that, is something that we're looking at and focusing on in terms of change management requirements that have been put in place by our directorate supporting financial interlink systems. We've issued a circular to departments and are providing that ongoing support to enable our departments to use the systems optimally, and especially on how they use that system. So there is a PT Data Center project that we've actually implemented within the Provincial Treasury. Mr. Mazomba is in the room, and he leads that process, and he could talk to this a little bit if the committee so chooses to want to know a little bit more about this. Next slide. So the next steps. So I spoke about managing data credibility on the financial systems and how we would look at that. It is being led by Mr. Mazamba in the project center. On the procurement side, it is about looking at enablement of the strategy through delivery, with a focus on linking procurement data and information to the financial transactional information, and linking procurement to the budget and to the actual purchasing and contracts. So the two things that play a critical role in this space is the e-procurement system as well as the procurement planning toolkit. Now, the e-procurement system currently that is being implemented, though that's in place already, is the quotation system for contracts up to 500,000, which threshold will in the next financial year be lifted to 1 million. But we in the process of where we've taken the e-procurement system in-house and we're building the models that deal with the fully fledged system that deals with all procurement. At this point in time, we're busy with the change management and the awareness session. What is very important and was very rewarding and interesting in the space, because we use our suppliers to test that. In the user account testing and the acceptance testing, our suppliers actually tested the system and provided us with feedback on improvement. So we're very chuffed of what we actually going to, actually put out there in terms of the feedback that we've gotten from our suppliers as well. So automation of information from the legacy system, so some of which is about looking at a key focus on our current financial systems. And there is a project which we call an ICT project in the Treasury that speaks to evergreening of the legacy systems so that we could continuously use this as a mechanism, even though the IFMS is not there, to begin to broaden the reach in how we deal with information within the finance space. And then progressively, we're wanting to improve and expand on the information being published in the PDR, POPIA permitting in terms of information sets that the POPIA Act allows us to publish, and we will do that check before we actually publish any information sets. And then obviously monthly reports published quarterly, and then on the annual report for the 2020-21 financial year that has been envisaged for this current financial year. So thank you, Chair. So that's the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm actually I let us do all the presentations and then questions, but I think you're going to have very specific questions on procurement actually. So I think I'm going to stop here and just find out if members have any questions. Ms. Kantana, I see your hand.
Yes, Chair, and thank you. Maybe before we go there, I think we would what we presented, I just wanted to maybe conclude on the presentation. What we presented was an elephant, but we begin by eating it in small bites. And I think hopefully we're leaving the committee with that assurance that we are making progress. But it is about systems and our challenges around systems, and also about people. But it would also be remiss of us, although there's one would think there's a big team, it's a small team behind all of this work that needs to happen within the PT. And it would be remiss of me if I don't make use of this opportunity to just also acknowledge one of our staff members, very junior, who was quite instrumental in this regard, and that would be Ms. Janine Mostert. And maybe just a little bit of an advertisement, the fact that we won the 2020 Service Excellence Award, Gold Award in this regard. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on the Service Award for Excellence. It is an elephant. In 2019, when the annual report, I remember, was presented, there was this tiny line in the annual report on data mining and data dashboarding. And being a curious person, we asked, can we have a briefing on this? And Ms. Ibrahim and yourself and some of the other provincial treasury officials then came before us in February 2020. And I remember Ms. Ibrahim being very excited. We were still in the chamber and she was so excited to explain this data mining and dashboarding to us. And now we're here discussing the annual disclosure report and how we are actually taking everything online and what we're doing to improve everything. And I can honestly say I can see the incorporation of the values in Section 217 of the Constitution into the system, that it must be fair and transparent, equitable, competitive, and cost effective. And it's very reassuring. Thank you so much. Okay, colleagues, I'm going to open up for questions on this presentation before we move on to the next one. Okay, I see Member van der Westhuizen's hand. Are there any other hands? Member Nkondlo, any other hands? Okay, if none, in that order, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this presentation here this morning. I must be honest, in some cases I'm struggling to follow all the acronyms, and also I'm not sure if I completely was able to understand everything that you shared with us. For example, the whole issue of benchmarking and the effect that that has had on the prices of items that were procured. I understand that in some cases, you know, if the benchmark is higher than what we used to pay, that suppliers will then adjust their prices, and that we will end up paying more for items, if I understood you correctly. My question is just, you know, in general, what has been the effect of benchmarking? Has the general effect been inflationary, or has the general effect been to ensure better value for money? Then, Chair, I'm also sitting here in front of me with the 2020 Procurement Disclosure Report. And on page 6 of 37 of that report, there's a table, National Treasury PPE unit price and unit of measure. And I'm just absolutely surprised by the enormous changes in unit pricing that we've experienced. Now, quite frankly, I think we must admit that last year was not a normal year, as you've also explained to us, that, you know, suddenly there were huge shortages, and then suddenly, you know, a lot of supplies may have come aboard, and that prices may have changed considerably. And we know that, you know, supply and demand is the biggest determinant of price. But really, Chair, I don't want to mention, unless it's needed, certain specific items, but we've seen certain items where the prices have risen to 3 times the original price, and then again dropped significantly. And my question in this regard is just, you know, what have we now learned from this, and to what extent are we in the Western Cape now able to get that kind of value for money? I do know with procurement, and it was explained before at this committee's meeting, that we not only are calling for value for money, we also try and achieve some other social benefits from our procurement systems. But in general, I think the public would like to know that, you know, we are getting value for money, and particularly if we think of some of the information that has come from the Eskom procurement processes, which are really, really shocking. Then secondly, Chair, can I just ask, to what extent are we making use then of transversal tenders? Because I do know that, you know, in some departments, once the one department has got a specification and they have identified a preferred supplier, that others can then also make use of that same process, so to say, to save on time, to save on cost, it seems, etc. And to what extent is that happening in the Western Cape? And then my last question, Chair. Yesterday in the local government standing committee meeting, we learned of the value of forums where people learn from one another. And I'm really grateful as a former educator to hear that, also Provincial Treasury is investing a lot in the training of people and learning of, teaching of people via learning platforms, etc. But my question is, to what extent do we find that, the procurement officers in the various provincial departments are learning from one another, not only in terms of process and general principles, but are also learning from one another in terms of, where certain items can be procured at good prices, etc. Thank you.
Apologies, I was struggling to unmute there. Member Nkondlo.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Let me welcome the report and the presentation, and I join Member van der Westhuizen about, I think the highly technical. I think that's the challenge of such reports in terms of accessibility, is that those that deal with them on a day-to-day basis, translating such information to an ordinary layperson sometimes can be a bit of a challenge, so that we can all get to understand better. I remember we're in the SCOPA the other day dealing with a similar topic, I think on procurement, and I think it becomes important just to try and ease out explanation, so that also we can be able to be empowered as part of the transparency which is embedded, as a value for this kind of presentation. Chair, I'm going to start at the end, I think, of the presentation to try and clarify my thoughts and be assisted if I understand well. And mine, I think, is, if one considers slide number 18 as an example, the fourth sort of boxes there, and I'm saying on strategic procurement, which once again is part of the broader government procurement sort of objectives. I'm trying to understand, and I think this question I'm raising cuts across the follow-up questions I'm going to be making. I'm trying to understand, once again, where is the notion of empowerment in the strategic procurement, which is something that I understand. If we start even putting SMMEs, including your BBBE, it is part of the requirement, because we understand a particular purpose for public procurement that government wants to realize over and above, the rand value, sort of a function. So I'm interested to understand whether, is it lying somewhere there? Perhaps it's a question of English in terms of the empowerment objective within the strategic procurement, because that, for me, has got to do with some of the areas that Nadia raises. When you look at some of the lessons learned, because in the lessons learned, amongst others, I think the issues of what is I think market instability, service delivery challenges are some of the issues that are being mentioned there. And once again, in terms of market instability, one would have been interested to consider the extent to which, once again, if you link this to local content, because I'm always worried about this tussle between the province and the local content requirements as a government policy, that the realities of looking at local content and problematized as an additional regulatory requirement as a challenge that actually makes procurement much more problematic from where I'm sitting, and I'm saying I'm going to be corrected if I'm listening, maybe in not understanding what is being raised, because I think local content policy does not start actually with the COVID procurement. It has been there with its intention as a strategic or that strategic procurement of the state to ensure that it enables and it builds its local or domestic capability, given the bigger challenges of the type of an economy that we have in the country, nationally, including here as the province. So the lack of participation of others, the lack of competitiveness of our own markets, which then subject, the same procurement, government procurement, when it goes out there to procure goods and services, at times to an additional premium based on the lack of competitiveness and availability of some of the goods and services that the South African or the public sector procurement requires. So this is why, for me, I'm always interested on this capability of local content and the extent to which we are using strategic procurement, getting to a point wherein we are still having challenges of having local suppliers, and I'm saying local, both in terms of provincial geographic, but also in terms of country geographic. That at what point, when we utilize a procurement spend, when we utilize procurement analysis, are we moving, which may be the conversation about the top 10 or any of these particular products itemized. One will be able to know and be able to see what is it that we can say as a country we are able to have in the province and also in the country in terms of the requisite goods that we'll be buying as the state departments and entities. So that is also one area about local content for me that I'm actually very much interested in. And once again, from an empowerment point of view, and also from an enabling of our own local suppliers in the province and in the country. So once again, I'm unable to gauge that, so that also, if one is able to take this conversation to DDET as an example, as a department that is responsible for economic development, one is able to direct that particular department in as far as where should we, when we talk industry development, where is it that we need to still put more effort working with industries themselves in terms of boosting that local capability. Because I worry with this notion of local content that at this point, it's always between a situation of instructing notes from National Treasury that seems to be actually putting some kind of instability in the provincial procurement. At what point are we going to get to a conversation through a public procurement of COVID-related goods and services, but in general, to a point where indeed the local content policy, which is not unique or not something special to South Africa, it's a tool that is used, including in developed countries, to try and build their local economic capability in as far as market demand and supply. My last one, Chair. Perhaps going up there, I could not. I think the one on 12, slide number 12. I think thanks for the explanation, because I was a bit struggling to understand the blue and the gray there, what it means. I think Nadia explained it in terms of the. Also explaining the timelines of these instruction notes and the time it allows, and the responsiveness, because I think that's also my other question, is the responsiveness. Actually, I think when you consider the space that we are in, I think there's a lot in the management conversations, including procurement as one other aspect of management, of talking about the current volatile and unstable environment. And I worry sometimes that we go back to our traditional ways of doing things, where responsiveness in a environment where we are, some will call it a VUCA world, becomes a serious issue in terms from a systems point of view. And once again, if we talk procurement, how responsive also from a systems point of view, is procurement, to mediate against what then becomes the speed at which things are being done, whilst the governance frameworks are still being maintained. So I think it's that flexibility that I'm trying to understand. If one was just to look at what is being required, what is out there in terms of service delivery, pressures that are placed in the government procurement, how responsive is our procurement system, even if you look at those dates, Nadia, that you are placing there, from when an instruction comes to where it is to the province, and the responsiveness thereof. Sorry, Chair, I think if the explanation can just be given to me on slide 10, this regional analysis, is it regional analysis of the spend in of the two, I think it was 2 billion, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it's 2.2 billion. Is it a regional spend of goods procured in Western Cape? I'm trying to understand in Western Cape, and if it's so, does it mean you are speaking about companies that are geographically in the Western Cape? Please just help me to understand what is the meaning of this regional analysis and the percentages that you are putting there, so that I don't misread what it means. Thank you, Chair, for that for now.
Thank you so much. I'm going to pose my questions now as well. Okay. Ms. Ibrahim, could you perhaps just please take us through, if I was a potential supplier, how will I submit my tender? Do I need to fax it to you? Is everything online? Is there any manual part of the process? So how would I submit a tender to the department, to the provincial treasury? Okay, because I know that in some documentation across government, it still asks for archaic things such as faxing. So I just want to understand that process. And then how has the pandemic affected the operation of the specification, adjudication, and evaluation committees across departments, if any? You mentioned quite a number of systems on the one page. It's a long list. It's Logos, provisioning system, the departmental bids award registers, the EPS procurement system for quotations, the BAS, the National Treasury Central Supplier Database, the Western Cape Supplier Evidence Bank, the contract registration application. If you could just, there was an integrated procurement solution system as well. If you could just, very shortly, just explain specifically what system is being used for what. I think the BAS and Lodges is relevant to finances in general, but if you could just take us through the different systems and the purposes of each. Member van der Westhuizen covered my question on framework agreements, and also if there's any use for them. I know that in, I think it was March 2021, the Provincial Treasury of the Western Cape issued an instruction note regarding transversal contracts in goods and services, as well as infrastructure. And that speaks to the National Treasury Guide for Accounting Officers and Authorities, which was published in 2004. But if you could just elaborate on how that works and whether any framework agreements have been utilized, because it's in legislation, it's not very regulated, and there's a few convoluted parts in the draft section in the draft public procurement bill that National Treasury issued. Also not a very, very, very long chapter on it. And then I wanted to find out what your view was on the legal nature of instruction notes that are being issued. Because I recently read an author, Anthony's work, and they argue that, well, instruction notes are essentially based on general rules of interpretation, subordinate legislation. And if we then accept that it is subordinate legislation, then technically it needs to be published in Government Gazette. But instruction notes via National Treasury aren't being published in government gazettes, and to my knowledge, provincial ones across the country aren't either. And then he argues, or she argues, I'm not sure if it's a female or male, but then they argue that the absence of such publication means that those instruction notes are not legally binding. And while, while one wouldn't say that any procurement previously based on those instruction notes would be invalid, because that just wouldn't make sense, but that they should be published, and that would also avoid some of the inconsistencies in instruction notes and how often they're amended, and sometimes they don't add up, which also does not bode well for the current fragmented regulatory environment in public procurement. And then I wanted to find out whether Provincial Treasury has made any comments on the draft public procurement bill. It's basically going to repeal everything, but it doesn't put measures in place for some of the stuff that it repeals. I mean, it repeals all local government public procurement essentially, but then it doesn't put provisions in place. It says that it repeals all legislation, but it then puts all the power in the hands of what is going to be created, a central regulator as well as the national minister. All local content, all BE, all preferential, everything is being repealed, but nothing is being put into the new bill. I mean, there's some problematic provisions, I think, on debarment of suppliers. So I just want to find out if there's any comments that the Provincial Treasury has submitted on that, and if so, if you could assist us with what those were. And then I'm a bit in two minds about local content, because local content, the way it's currently being defined in South Africa, is essentially local content in South Africa. And then local content essentially goes further, that you don't really understand whether or not it applies to South Africa, because, for example, if in some cases the thread of the T-shirt and the materials of the T-shirt might be made in South Africa, but the T-shirt is made in China, and then when it's classified as local content, it's not classified as a South African item. So I'm a bit in two minds on that. And also, I don't personally think that DTI has any business in creating procurement rules and legislation, because I feel that the Constitution squarely puts such mandate within the National Treasury's scope, and that, quite frankly, any rules in conflict with the National Treasury is inconsistent. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the Constitutional Court has to say in the Afri-Business case on such matters, including local content, preferential procurement, as well as whether or not pre-qualification is, quite frankly, constitutional. As we do know that November the 2nd is coming up quite quickly for the repeal of the 2017 regulations. But with that, Ms. Ibrahim, I'm going to hand over to you now, or Ms. Kantana, depending on who wants to deal with which sections. Thanks.
I think that, Chair, thank you very much, and thank you for the questions from the members. I think we'll be able to deal with it between myself, Nadia, and Isaac. But just to indicate, I think the one would need to see the information that we're presenting here today. And I think, in a way, Member Nkondlo already started with the issues that she raised. She started to also move towards where we need to go when we start to address issues around local content and empowerment, and rightfully so, industry development. And I think because we're dealing with PPE in this instance, I think the team would be able to explain that there were times when, or issues around local content, which we could not actually procure, which created challenges. And I think we actually go into a little bit of detail, which then also creates a moral dilemma between the actual need to save a life vis-a-vis the need to adhere to all prescripts, and then it becomes a difficult. Then it becomes a choice that one would need to make, and then I think it just pushes the conversation in a different direction. So I think let me start with Isaac, and then we'll go to Nadia. Isaac, or would you want to go other way around? Do we have Isaac?
Isaac, go ahead. I think I can explain all this. There's a lot of questions on process and stuff, but if Isaac wants to, in principle.
Yeah. Maybe just to start with member van der Westhuizen, who referred to the transversal contracts, and the chair also afterwards referred to framework contracts. So if we come to transversal contracts, there are transversal contracts that National Treasury put in place, and we see in some of those transversal contracts a level lower down, you will find one or two that the Provincial Treasury arranges, and then within the departments, particularly in the bigger departments, they also arrange transversal contracts. For instance, if we take the Department of Health, they have probably got 20 to 30 transversal contracts, which all the institutions buy from. Now, those transversal contracts will then give you the volume that will be purchased, and what you find, and coming back to the value for money perspective, is if the industry is aware of the quantities that you're going to buy, that normally has an impact on the price. So the more you buy, demand and supply, the lesser the price will be. So we see in national transversal contracts, the Provincial Treasury arranged transversal contracts for departments, and particularly with the bigger departments, they also arrange transversal contract. And it is about the economies of scale. The volume will normally bring down the prices. As far as the framework contracts are concerned, mostly implemented in the Department of Transport and Public Works, and a particular focus on smaller businesses and businesses in the different regions. Then, of course, from a Provincial Treasury perspective, we've also implemented a framework contract for security, and we've got about 20 suppliers on that particular framework contract. And when a need arises, we use the contract to identify those companies, and we've tried to also ensure that equal work is being given to those particular companies. So that is just under transversal and framework contracts. Nadia, you can go ahead. There's one or two that I will also respond to.
Also, so maybe just, thank you, Chair, through you. Maybe just to add on transversal contracts as well. So the PFMA, I think when the PFMA talks or the regulations talk about transversal contracts, it's only where it's reference to the national and provincial treasury. Whilst Isaac has indicated within a department system, you may have a contract that would transversally apply under that accounting officer system. The one aspect, I think the member asked the question, can others use that contract where another department has put a contract together? That's where it becomes problematic, because there is a regulation that speaks to participation in another organ of state, but that section has received a lot of legal challenges, particularly in recent court decisions, where the court decisions are saying that when you participate ex post facto, a contract being awarded, you can only do so in lieu of what that organ of state gives up from their initial contract. So that regulation is not, for fear of actually being having irregularities, departments don't tap into that, as because it's only limited to participation on a portion that primary organ of state is not using. So it does put a legal conundrum in terms of how we tap into this requirement. We've also recently sat with our legal services on an issue where we could optimize on efficiencies created between one department and mainstream that. And one of the things that legal is telling us, there's no enabling provision to do this method of co-sourcing or tap into another department. So we're still exploring that, and I think with our legal services, so we haven't come to a final conclusion. But I think the legislation, I mean, just to answer the common thread that's coming through, I think Member Nkondlo, as well as to the chair, mentioned sometimes the regulatory requirements in supply chain, and it depends what we talk about the regulatory environment, and I'll come to that question on instructions as well, because how it's currently seen by both the National Treasury as well as the Auditor General, that everything from the Act, the instructions, the regulations, and the instructions those are all the prescripts that are legislative of nature. And so that puts a huge conundrum in the space, because it puts a lot of stumbling blocks in terms of procurement in itself being enabling to deal with some of the issues that are out there. But I'll answer that as I go through to some of the questions that I've asked. So the aspect on benchmark prices. So benchmarking is an important consideration in a procurement environment, but benchmarking must be used as an indicator of measurement, and it must not be the end all and be all, because it is dependent on how you do your benchmarking. Because if benchmarking is not appropriately done, so if you've done a benchmark, say, let's use PPE, and you've only benchmarked in Gauteng with Gauteng suppliers, you have not used in Mpumalanga or the Western Cape or the Northern Cape and everybody else, you don't know what would be the ideal benchmark across a geographical space, because then the assumption is that this price could be achievable in all 9 provinces. And I think that's where the issue falls flat of the logic. And not that benchmarking is a bad thing to do, because when you're looking at buying, it is important to influence your decisions on how you look at pricing and how you would test pricing as being valuable or value add, and that you're getting it at the right price, to the right specifications and all of that. So that has been the bone of contention, because benchmarking has not appropriately been dealt with, and particularly in the COVID-19 space, but also in normal instances, because I could recall an instance where the National Treasury dealt with benchmarking prices for the travel and accommodation. And at that point in time, they put benchmark prices for hotel accommodation and lodges and what your pricing would be on airlines and all of that. The airlines worked a little bit, but they've done it with the airlines, so to speak, and you could use that benchmark optimally with those airlines. But when you dealt with hotels and accommodation in the Western Cape, we were paying, I think, twice the amount that we were normally getting for our hotel accommodation, because at that time, our hotel accommodation was in the region of 600 Rand to 700 Rand a night, and the benchmark went up to 1,200. And the hotels automatically aligned to the minimum benchmark, which is the national price. So when you do put the benchmark and you publish it, it has a negative impact on how the market responds. Whilst when you're using benchmarks internally to guide as proper market analysis and research, that could be very useful in a procurement process. And it is about how you do the research and if you want to regulate on that, you have to be very careful on having it not to have a negative impact, because that's the consequences of what has been the experience today. So there are things that are being used, but I think it's how that we need to focus on. And we have given extensive comments on this, particularly on the travel and accommodation with the National Treasury. Then in terms of I think I've dealt with the price hike issue, huge hikes in prices, and that you find, in terms of the benchmarking, or price hikes will happen when there's scarcity in the market. And so during this time, you found that suppliers found an opportunity to maximize on economic opportunity because they know everybody was looking for PPE, whether it's government or the private sector. So wherever they could leverage of getting that maximum, whether it was reasonable or not, it would be what you become at the behest of the pandemic in a way. If you're not getting it elsewhere, you're almost forced to buy it where you're going to get it from. And so there are opportunistic suppliers in that time as well. But I think, how do we always ensure that we get this reasonable? And Jolinda spoke about balancing this in terms of saving a life. And if you're not getting the product anyway, you're going to pay whatever it is to get that. And whether that's reasonable or not, most instances it is not. You may not be getting value for money, but it is about, what are you willing to pay to get to your delivery needs? And that's a fine balance, and also managing the perception around that on what the public asks or what the layperson are, because these things are very technical. It's very difficult to simplify it because there's too many requirements attached to the procurement process per se. And so when you're talking about empowerment, it's not just about empowerment to one leg of the thing. It is about EMEs. It is about 51% Black owned. It is about BE contributor level. It is about local content and other special conditions that may be in the contract. So when you're unpacking the procurement process, it's very difficult to get to a layperson's understanding with that, because everything within government at this point in time is using procurement as a lever to achieve certain targets. And therein lays the problem. Whilst procurement is an important aspect for service or policy objectives that can be used, I think we need to have a mechanism in where we choose the most reasonable ones that could be used via this process. So it is overly regulated at this time with good intent, but back at the ranch or at grassroots level, when you're applying it, it becomes problematic, because then it goes to the whole question of, is the requirement rational? Is it practical? Can you implement it? And that's where I think the authors of legislation don't often think that through or do the necessary research appropriately. Then in terms of, I think the local content and local content capability, it is about domestic capability in the general sense. But the way the prescripts are written, it is about local manufacture and production. So when I go into the slides that we're saying, I mean, if we actually look at domestic, sorry?
Alex, just remember to keep your mic on mute if you're not on the floor. Thank you.
All right. So so then when you talk about regional, on slide that the member mentioned, it was slide 12. On slide 12, when we speak about regional, it is about the geographical spread. So for COVID-19, all of the suppliers within the boundaries of the Western Cape, that was 63.59. So they are local suppliers. Whether or not that translates to local content is another conversation, because local content in how the DTI has issued the requirements is about local production and manufacture. And not necessarily, are you dealing with the company that's located within the boundaries of South Africa or within the boundaries of a geographical space, or whether that supplier ownership is a South African company. So the regional spread here for us demonstrate that if the law was that simple, we would very easily have been able to meet the requirement of empowering our suppliers who are South African, who are within the boundaries of the Western Cape. And you'll see for COVID-19, 100% of our spend actually went to suppliers that are local, that are South African, that have BEE elements in them, that are SMMEs or QSEs, which are achievable and can be done. The moment when you're talking about that must have a certain, the thread must be like the chair mentioned, the thread must constitute that certain percent. Every component of that product must be manufactured here. It implies that you have the manufacturing capability within the South African borders. And if that is not the case, then that requirement is not achievable. Within the procurement context, it means that when suppliers do come through, you have to declare them unresponsive, having not met the local content and manufacture in terms of the designation. So that's the subtle difference between what we ordinarily think would be within, local, and what does local mean. And what is the capability of the market to respond to that. So the struggle that you have in the procurement space is that when you're looking at the manufacturing industry, if the DTI is not spending enough time in creating or enabling the manufacturing capability in the country, then you're dead in the water with procurement, because then you're going to put out tenders and you're not going to get responsiveness. And when you don't get responsiveness, you don't have the option to be able to do things differently. You have to cancel and start afresh. The second part is that you have to have certification costs. So empowerment in itself costs, but it's about what is the acceptable premium and how you deal with that. And local is an added thing to BEE compliance. So if you have to have local, you have to have BEE, and if you have any other empowerment initiatives, they all compete in the same place. And at the end, then that adds to the cost, because you need to pay for certificates. The supplier will pad the pricing to recoup the cost of certification as well. So it is that difficult space where the regulations for compliance, it adds on to the responsibility of the hoops that you need to jump through to achieve the objective. So the trick is about simplifying that, and how do we simplify the requirements within that space, and whether there is the necessary listening from the lawmakers in that space. And I think that's the conundrum that we sit with. If we could partner with them and direct them how you could do this differently, and they would listen with open mind, we could achieve a lot more than what is there. Because now it looks like, it's absolutely everybody is non-compliant in the space, because it's the way that the legislation is written. Then in terms of, okay, so I've explained the regional requirements. So in this particular slide, you will see, so all of that spend is suppliers that is located within those provinces as well. And it's geo-mapped in how we use the central supplier database to see where that supplier is sitting in terms of mapping it to their business operations. And then we attach the spend to how that's being dealt with. Then let me just look at what okay, the question on the chairperson asked a number of requirements. So how do you submit a tender? So it is dependent on different things. So it depends on the threshold. So the threshold will dictate what tender process, must be dealt with. And this could be either through, so whilst technically not a procurement, like petty cash requirements would be for anything below 2,000 in terms of the national threshold. Anything above 2,000 to $1 million is price quotations, which could be dealt with via a 3-quote system. And then anything above that process is a formal tender. So within the Western Cape, all of this is normally in the ordinary time and space dictated by a manual process. So you would either in a normal petty cash payment, you will go and it's out of hands purchases. So it's usually for those little things that you need to get that you have not necessarily planned for, but you need to do those purchases in time and space. So the above the 2,000 limit would be for the price quotations, which would be normally dictated by your planning initiatives, and you would want to purchase that via a 3-quote system in the national space and the rest of the country. I will come back to tell you how we do it in the Western Cape. So what then would happen, you could approach the suppliers directly by sourcing those 3 quotes. You can do that via a mechanism, via an email, or whatever other mechanism is available. And that's normally dictated by the department's business requirements and how they've articulated that in their accounting officer system or their procurement policy. and they receive that, and they receive it in writing, and then they do a manual process of evaluation, either individually within the supply chain unit, or they set up a quotation committee. Like in our province, we have quotation committees that evaluate this, and then it gets awarded by the delegated authority. Within a formal bidding process, it is about inviting the bid via the government tender bulletin or putting it on the e-tender portal, national e-tender portal, and then receiving a fully fledged bid document within a bid box mechanism. And then from that point, the bid closes, and then you go to the next phase of evaluating via an evaluation committee and then a bid adjudication committee. But within this process, there's a number of things that happen. So preparation for the bid and documentation and your specifications via your specs committee and how you pull that together. So all of that is manually done. You need to look at the regulatory environments in this, and there's a number of documentation that would be requested when you invite the tender. Within the Western Cape, we have implemented the e-procurement system. And to ease up the red tape that would normally be attributed to compliance issues, like you need to have certain bid documents, your standard bid document 1, 8, and 9, that would deal with conflict of interest, that deals with history of the suppliers, or the supplier declaring any other finding where they found to be wanting or there's a judgment against them. So it's about bid rigging if they've been guilty of any of that. And basically looking at all of the things that they would declare in that space. We have consolidated that into one document, and it's supported electronically within our supplier evidence bank. Now, the National Treasury, as since 2015, issued this supplier database. So technically, for government across the country, nobody can do business with government if they're not registered on the National Central Supplier Database, because so also for the National Treasury, it is about being able to tap into all these minimum requirements that you need to do business with a supplier that is legally sound to do business with. That you need to have their bank details, you need to ensure that you can check conflict of interest, that you know their details of their companies, you can be able to look at empowerment when you're actually targeting that. So the profiles begin to support all of these governance mechanisms on the Central Supplier Database. So in the Western Cape, when you do that tender, we link up to the Western Cape, the National Treasury's Central Supplier Database, but within the Western Cape, we make sure we put the evidence documents that link up to the compliance requirements. So when a government in the government institution in the Western Cape government puts out a tender, they already have the supplier compliance information in the supplier database. And when they do invite that, if the status has changed, there's opportunity for the supplier to update that information, but they must be registered on the national space, and then obviously have also their documents stored within the Western Cape supply evidence base. Should they not have that evidence there, they would have that opportunity, provided that they registered on the CSD, to provide that information. And so then the evaluation starts, and then you check your compliance, and you look at all of that. Within your special conditions, you will build in those empowerment objectives. Now, within the Western Cape, your preference point system gets evaluated. So within your compliance requirements, that's already a consideration. Your empowerment objectives is embedded in your governance requirements. So it's second nature. You cannot do business without applying that 80-20, 90-10 point scoring system. So a supplier who would actually participate in the tender must meet those requirements in terms of submitting that information. If they don't have any BE credentials, all that means is that they will get 0 points. So when they're competing with a BE company, the BE company will be placed in a better position because they will get points out of 10 or 20 that competes with the price. So at all instances, you're not necessarily paying the cheapest price because the scoring is factored in terms of empowerment already in the point scoring system. And then obviously the preferential procurement requirements speak to other things which are now questionable in terms of subcontracting, in terms of those pre-qualifications which are seen as set aside. We've done a impact assessment in the province to see how we could achieve that with direct procurement. And we're already exceeding the 30% target through direct procurement in terms of SMMEs and BE companies. So when we actually factored this and what we have built in, and so the system for procurement planning speaks about linking an empowerment impact assessment, because one of the things we also, it's also clear, and case law has determined that when you put evaluation criteria in your bid or you set targets, you must be able to meet that. Otherwise, the bid becomes unresponsive. So in the Western Cape, when we do look at anything in addition to what's in the prescripts already, if we're targeting maybe women-owned or Black-owned companies or youth-owned companies, we begin to target in the bigger ticket items, so bids over 10 million, and the departments will do what you call an empowerment impact assessment in the procurement planning phase and test for feasibility. So in that process, they will look at things like how many suppliers are located within the specific regions that they're targeting. Is it viable to be able to target youth-owned businesses for that commodity, or women-owned businesses for that commodity? Because all of that information, they have to then do the search on the CSD, because it gives you that profiling, that you can go back and look at your supplier evidence bank and begin to do that. So it is about planning. And for us, critically, when you target, it is about knowing before you purchase who's out there, and it becomes reasonable and realistic expectation of the market to be able to respond. And so that has been always our bone of contention in how the prescripts are written, because they're written with targets or setting off or set-asides that may not always be viable because you haven't considered the market before you went out to tender. So we built those mechanisms in our system on what we call the accounting officer system within the province to be able to look at that in a consistent way going forward. So within the pandemic and how these things affected departments, because I think the way the prescripts are written, it's as if you're not within, it does look at deviation. So it does look at certain instances where you could extend contracts, or you could go through a sole supplier or a single supplier in a particular instance. But it quickly goes and adds all the other compliance requirements, which means that it does mean that you need to have that time. And I'm not saying that this is not doable, but it would mean that it will jeopardize on the time in which you approach the market, because you need to jump through all these hoops. You need to ensure, in order to comply with this, that you cannot achieve that in the time that you would want to respond within a disaster. So that has been a huge impact within the pandemic procurement requirements on how do you achieve these things in a meaningful way, particularly around PPE items for our departments other than the Department of Health, because they now needed to look at how do they look at these mechanisms for things that they would not have normally in the norm purchased. So those were some of the things, particularly for smaller supply chains. The other aspect, when you're looking at a small supply chain approaching the market, and Isaac spoke about economies of scale, when you're looking at small quantities, the supplier then is looking for where they can maximize on that. So that also, means within a pandemic context, you're getting fewer responsive bids. And so on the large scale, you get a lot of complaints saying that, you know what, people, we can supply this, but nobody has asked us. But it is about the process of when you're approaching the market, who then are compliant suppliers. Because if suppliers are not registered on the CSD in the first place, they're out from the beginning. because you need to actually have all of that in place before you actually approach them. So a lot of concerns have come to the market, or complaints where suppliers said, but I can supply this to you, but their products may not be to spec, or they have not tested, they are not compliant in terms of tax or the other things that are required within the prescripts. So which means that also limits who you can deal with within the pandemic space as well. Then in terms of the systems, I just want to go quickly to that slide. Wafika, if you could perhaps go to slide 5, project that one. Maybe I could. Can the members see? I'm trying to project from my screen now. Wafika's
I
not.
can see the presentation. If you can just put it in presentation mode. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Okay, so yeah. So on this slide, the systems that the Western Cape Supplier Database is the evidence bank that I spoke of. It is the mechanism that interfaces on supplier compliance documents. So it stores the WCBD4, it stores the BE certificates, it will store the affidavits that the companies would submit as startup companies in terms of BE compliance. It will also store the 6.1 or 6.2 documents that they submit for claiming their BEE points or for claiming local content requirements. So that's built in, so it keeps a continuous audit trail, and it keeps all of the documents across the Western Cape, so it's one single point of compliance or point of truth of information sets across the province. The Central Supplier Base database is the national central supplier database that stores all the information on the supplier profile. So the company details, it's what they register with this MAAA number, your company details, your directorship, your tax linkages to tax clearance or to SARS, your linkages with the Department of Public Administration in terms of details that would be there from the Persal system or employee systems. So you can check if they are an employee in government. So all of that information is stored in the National Central Supplier Database, and this is the requirement that you must be registered on the National Treasury Supplier Database to do business with government. The integrated procurement system, which we refer now to the in-house e-procurement system that is being developed, is for the last 20 years or the 2 decades being used as a system for quotations. So in the province, what we use, we don't necessarily use a 3-quote system. We send this more competitively to every supplier who's registered on this system to do business with the Western Cape government that are attached to the commodity. So when we advertise a commodity that we're purchasing, it will go to every supplier that is registered. And in most instances, in every instance, in fact, I haven't found an instance where it's only 3 suppliers that are registered or less than 3. It goes out to as many as possible, or to all that is registered for that commodity. The response, however, is what comes back, and you would see instances that maybe not all respond, and it may be 3 or it may be less, but as long as you receive 1, you need to evaluate that requirement. And this is a system where we now take an in-house. So we're busy with, so from 1 April next year, we will go live on the quotation model, and we in the process of building the fully fledged system to deal with all procurement, as well as contract management and supplier performance management in this regard. Then I want to go on to Logos. Logos is then, once you purchase, you start buying off the contract or buying off the agreements that are made, and you do this via Logos because it is actually the provisioning system. So when you actually want to purchase, you put an order through and you get an order number, and then you do a procurement advice and you get your provision through the system. Then then that links up. So whatever gets purchased would then be pulled through into the system, and then it links back. It doesn't automatically link back. The departments then need to make such payment through the BAS, which is the basic accounting system, against which we then report all financial information and in terms of our accounting on our AFS or annual financial statements. Then the contract registration application is a system that the National Treasury put together where all of the contracts need to be loaded up. This system is no longer being used. It was used up until last year some point, but they are building the capability of what would be in that contract registration application, where anything that you've purchased, as you purchase and you conclude contracts, you need to upload the information, what you've purchased, what was the commodity in terms of the score classification, who you purchased with, what was the value of the company, and whether they were BEE or not. So it's just basically an Excel workbook kind of thing where departments needed to populate. That has been taken on into what is called the e-tender portal. The e-tender portal is now being developed by the National Treasury for an incorporation of various requirements. So it's used as a mechanism now to place your adverts, you advertise your bid invitations, your bid cancellations as well on the e-tender. You also must upload, your procurement plans and linkages to your procurement planning. You also note your awards made on the system. And so it basically stores all of the information of process issues that could be referenced at a point in time. So this is in development. It was offline for the better half of last year, and it's now been a lot of development on it, but it's something that is one of the compliancy requirements. So that's all the system. On the middle layer, it's the tools that we use to extract, transform, and shape the information for loading into the Power BI model that is managed by our CI components within the province, and then present that into the dashboarding that you would see in the Insight report, like the summary expenditure. Those 4 slides from 7, 8, and 9, is derived once we put that into the system. Okay, so then going into the next question, I will answer the one first on the procurement bill. We have provided extensive comments to the procurement bill collectively in the province, and we do share the same concerns that the chair has raised in terms of what has been put on the table in terms of amending certain requirements as well as repealing certain requirements, but without necessarily putting anything on the table. We also had huge concerns around centralization of certain of the functions, but also more specifically in terms of the regulator, because within Section 216 of the Constitution and the issuance of the Public Finance Management Act, that is functionally the responsibility of the relevant treasury, which is the National Treasury in this case. So within that space, we couldn't see how do you now create another establishment or a governance structure, which is the regulator, which is in disconnect with what the Constitution is saying. So there is an extent. So there's various. It's quite comprehensive comments that we have sent. I'm not sure whether we've previously made this available, but I think we have in a previous discussion on the comments that the province has sent to the National Treasury in this regard. Then, in terms of the view on instructions, as opposed to regulations and the legislation. So you're dealing with, in the law, there's the first piece of legislation was uppermost in the land is the Constitution, and every other national piece of legislation. So you have national legislation and provincial legislation as well. For procurement, we don't have the authority to issue procurement legislation. So it's sitting within the regulatory environment of the National Treasury. So the National Treasury, the PFMA and its regulations would be subordinate, and it must always be in line with the Constitution. Similarly, the Preferential Procurement Act is also a piece of legislation that's created in terms of what the Constitution allows, where it says that the national government must actually develop a framework for preferential procurement. So the Preferential Procurement Framework Act has been issued in that regard, and its regulations support that. However, it must be in line with the particular prescripts, which is the Constitution, the PFMA, and the linkages to that. Then in terms of instructions, now you will see it's a empowering provision in the PFMA that the National Treasury may issue regulations in terms of Section 76, as well as instructions in those particular areas as defined by the PFMA. However, the fact that, I mean, our view in the province, and we have legal opinions on that as well, is about we recognize the instruction. It is an empowerment provision in the Act itself that allows the National Treasury to issue instructions, but it is about guiding and creating another layer from the regulations to allow organs of state to build the capability to be able to deal with what they need to do within a financial space. And it's broader than procurement because they can issue instructions for all other financial spaces as well. So it is a necessary, so we're not opposed to instructions because it is a necessary way to guide organs of state within the finance space to be able to dispense with their requirements, because you can't put process issues and decision tree thinking within a regulatory environment. The regulations must tell you what you can and cannot do. So the layer of instruction should be just that. Where we do hit a challenge is because in the national space, they are considering this to be equal to subordinate legislation, which is not what the the Act is saying, because it also allows the Provincial Treasury to issue instructions in terms of Section 18. So you're sitting, if it was equal to instructions, you're sitting with a problem should anything be inconsistent with the two relevant treasuries issuing it would become problematic in that space. So it's something that has been a bugbear over the years, as well as the administrative decision capability that is linked to these instructions, because Section 38 also allows the accounting officer the autonomy on the system of procurement. And when you link that back to Section 217, it speaks about the system of supply chain management must be in terms of Section 217, which is transparent, fair, and economically viable, and all of the 5 pillars that are cited within that space. So the instructions kind of create the disruption when they're in conflict with some of these provisioning, and it interferes with the autonomy of maybe provinces or the autonomy of the accounting officer to do its work, especially when there's interpretive issues and the Auditor General comes on the table. So this is some of the things that we're dealing with currently. It hasn't gone away. It's getting worse as we speak, and it is a huge problem in terms of the manner in which requirements are written. I think, Chair, you've spoken to the Afri-Business case. A lot of the things that have been highlighted in the High Court decision were things that went in as well, was our own views as a province in how that was issued in terms of the regulations 2017, and we've submitted all of that previously to the National Treasury. However, in those instances, especially in those areas where the High Court declared those requirements unconstitutional, the National Treasury did not take our comments as a province, and that was especially on pre-qualifications, subcontracting, as well as the local content requirements, and that is the very bone of contention in the Afri-Business case, which is now before the Constitutional Court. So we're also looking to what that outcome would be. In the current space, we apply the requirements as prescribed in terms of all the compulsory requirements. So the pre-qualifications and subcontracting and all of that is dealt with in what I've spoken to earlier about how do we empowerment impact assessments within the procurement planning phase, and then our departments move from that context, that they do the research, they actually look at the viability, and if there is empowerment that is viable in the space, then they will include that as a requirement in the bid specifications, and that's how it currently gets done in the province. So yeah, that's it from me, Chair. I don't know if I've left out anything, and maybe Isaac and Jalinda can pick up on that, or the Chair can actually follow up if I've missed out anything.
Are there anything, Ms. Quintana, Mr. Smith, that you would like to add?
No, I think Nadia have covered everything comprehensively.
Indeed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask that we go on with the second presentation, and then if there's any follow-ups on the first one, we can take those follow-ups with the new questions on the second one as well. HOD Savage, you had your hand up.
No, Chair. I mean, I think that I just wanted to add that I think that there's some very, very interesting debates on how one achieves most efficiently outcomes on desired outcomes from public procurement. But I think Member Nkondlo put a finger on it when she said you have to fix this. You can't fix it purely through regulation. You have to have a more systematic approach. You've got to fix ultimately competitiveness. You've got to deal with ease of access. You've got to deal with training and interfacing with suppliers. You've got to deal with transparency right across the value chain. And so I just wanted to link the broader supply chain management strategy that we spoke to is fundamentally also about improving that competitiveness and participation by smaller suppliers in the supply chain. But the real challenge, and I think Nadia put her finger on it very well, is that the more you regulate, the less flexibility and agility you get in the system. So one gets caught between a rock and a hard place. I think that we are, as a provincial treasury, trying to navigate out of that in this environment, but it's extremely difficult when there is, quite frankly, often poor quality regulation that creates more constraints than it does opportunities to achieve objectives. The benchmark pricing is a case in point in that respect, but this is obviously a very, very detailed and technical debate as well, rather than just being a policy level debate, because it does reflect on regulatory quality ultimately, which is where our concerns are. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. We're having so much fun. It's wonderful. Okay. Let's go on to the next presentation, and then I'll take any follow-ups on this one with the questions on the grant framework as well. But this is lots of fun so far. We will be doing the presentation on the grants.
Chairperson, I'll just introduce it, and then I'll introduce the presenter as well. This has been a piece of work that that we've spoken to the committee about before, and has been, again, another very technical and detailed piece of work that's been undertaken as part of a broader project to reform the framework for transfers by the provincial government to municipalities. And so this is a broader issue that actually deals with, at its heart, the question of the broader functional assignments between municipalities and the provincial government, which the citizen, of course, sees one government. And we need to make sure that those relationships are streamlined, effective, and functional. And one of the levers we have in that respect is around the transfer system, fiscal transfers that we make. So we've been doing a lot of work across the varied transfer programs that we have, and that's been quite data intensive. what I'm particularly pleased to be able to bring to the committee today is not the end result of all of the work, because the project is still ongoing and will be for some time as well, given the nature of the work, but to give an opportunity for one of our key researchers, a young woman by the name of Shafika Davids, who has been doing a lot of this work, to present some of the findings. And I think as a management team, we've been really impressed and excited by the work that Shafika has done in this respect, and thought she should have an opportunity to speak directly to the committee on the progress so far and her analysis to date. So if there are no comments from Mr. Boyson or Mr. Nlea, Dr. Nlea in that respect, I'll hand directly over to Shafika.
Thank you, HOD. I think you've traversed the context for the presentation very well, and also acknowledging the work that has been put by the team of economists, and Ms. Davies has put tremendous amount of work in this. It's something that I really appreciate working in the team. So I think we can allow Ms. Davies to actually present. Thank you very much, HOD.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Ms. Davids.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. Okay, so we started this project. So basically, an overview of the presentation will give you will provide context and the background to it. What we've done to date, there would be a review of the conditional grants to local government. And then also talk about. Talk about what we've.
If you're not on the floor, just remember to please mute yourselves so that there's no background noise for the presenter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll also give you a brief overview of what we've done via phase 1. We'll look at the national conditional grant transfers to province. Because we have municipalities acting as implementing agents, we'll give you an overview of those grants, and then looking specifically into what are the transfers from provincial government, so either via a conditional grant framework or a transfer payment agreement between the department and municipalities. What are the preliminary findings, emerging principles of what we can take forward, and the process of the next steps on how we will progress with the project. So basically, the aim of the review was to assess the nature and impact of the provincial transfers to local government. This includes both the conditional grants as well as agency payments. We wanted to look to see if it strengthens the efficacy and the effectiveness of municipalities, and also the amount of expenditure on these various grants. It is interesting to note that municipalities in the Western Cape has a number of grants transferred via 9 provincial departments to municipalities, and it supports a range of community services. These are earmarked allocations, so they are reserved for specific expenditures. So basically, a brief introduction is that Section 227 of the Constitution entitles local government to an equitable share of nationally raised revenue. Local government receives the smaller share, which is roughly 10%. This is due to the autonomy of local government, as they are able to levy rates and taxes as well as service charges. These service charges are mainly for trading services, which is water, electricity, sanitation, and refuse. So the diagram depicts the local government fiscal framework. We have direct transfers flowing from national government, which is via the equitable share and the RSC replacement grant. The replacement grant is just to district municipalities. And then we have your national and provincial transfers to local government. The municipality also has the ability to borrow for both for capital expenditure. There is also a number of indirect transfers that flows from national government. This is both related to infrastructure and capacity building grants. So basically, the largest portion of direct transfers to municipalities via the local government equitable share. The equitable share is allocated via a redistributive formula, and there is several components within the local government equitable share. The largest transfer is via the basic component, which is for the cost of free basic services. These will be transferred to our 25 municipalities, as none of our district municipalities provide basic services. Conditional grants accounts for a smaller proportion of the local government fiscal framework, with the bulk of their revenue being raised by the municipality themselves through their revenue-raising capabilities. This, their revenue-raising capabilities differ according to the municipal categorization, with metros having the optimal or the largest share of own revenue and lower dependency on transfers, and your districts, especially within the Western Cape, is largely dependent on transfers, as they have no revenue raising capacity, own revenue raising capacity. Conditional grants transfers are ring-fenced fiscal systems across province and municipalities. These are for particular functions, and then Section 154 of the Constitution provides provincial and national government to support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities, either through legislative or other measures. A big thing between provincial transfers to municipalities is an agency agreement between the transferring department, which is the principal, and the municipality. This is as the municipality is acting as an agent on behalf of the province to fulfill certain actions on their behalf. Conditional grants and transfer payments are reserved and earmarked funding for specific expenditure, and it's underpinned by compliance, and these are illustrated in the conditions set out in both the framework and either the MOA, the SLA, or the TPA, which is your agreement between the two parties. So basically, this looks at the national transfers to local government, and specifically within the Western Cape. We done the review. What you can see that the bulk of the transfers or conditional grant funding is via infrastructure grants. In the 2020 financial year, there was a reduction which mainly affected urban municipalities in the transfers, and this was largely due to these municipalities being able to supplement investment from their own revenue. Another interesting point is that municipal infrastructure grants saw a decrease in the 2019-20 financial year, and this was mainly because National Treasury had a new grant, which was the Integrated Urban Development Grant. These were looking at funding MIG projects to Drakenstein and Stellenbosch. There were two components in this grant. There's the allocation and an incentive proportion, which Drakenstein is the only one of our two municipalities to receive the incentive part, as Stellenbosch didn't confirm with all of the necessary requirements. And then we have capacity grants as well to assist municipalities to ensure effective management there. So basically what we could see from the provincial, the review of the conditional grants to local government from a provincial level, we could see that there were 38 grants to municipalities in the 2019-20 financial year. and this accounted for 2.7 billion rand. The reason why we looked at the 2019-20 financial year is that the annual reports of 2020-21 is not yet available. We also need both the municipal and the provincial departments' financial or annual reports for the financial statements. The reason for this is the difference between both the provincial and the municipal financial year, with the annual report reflecting department spent up until March of the current financial year, and the municipality would still have a quarter left. So there is a multitude of small conditional grants or transfer payments to municipalities, monitoring different approaches. In prior to 2019-20, we would see that the largest transfers to local government was via the Department of Human Settlements, the Department of Health and Cultural Affairs and Sports. In 2019, however, there was a shift. This was largely due to the introduction of the LEAP program in the adjustment budget, where the City of Cape Town was transferred 130 million rand, thus becoming one of the larger transferring departments to local government. So as part of our phase one, we've looked at the various components within the grant framework. We've liaised with all grant managers to substantiate our findings that we've gotten via the annual reports and AFS, also to look at the outcome statements, what were the outputs envisioned of the grant, the conditionality, how the conditionality changes in terms of the framework via that stipulated in the MOA, what are the allocation criteria for the grant, and what is the past performance. And does the grant have a projected life? Do they have an exit strategy in terms of concluding the project? So basically there are 38 transfers from provincial government to local government. From the assessment, we saw that conditional grants from Department of Health, Human Settlements and Cultural Affairs are national grants to province, which makes up your bulk transfers. 6 grants of these grants makes up 89.7% of all transfers, with Human Settlements Development Grant being the biggest one. The conditionality around these grants are determined nationally with M&E processes already in place. These M&E processes are dictated by national government, where municipalities are simply the implementing agents fulfilling the functions of these transferring departments. And then the reason why we motivated a different approach for evaluating these grants was that from our side, we can only determine how allocations, a redistribution of current allocation, but if we wanted to make any impact or changes to the grant, the provincial departments, we would have to liaise with the relative provincial departments and then take that up to the respective national sector departments to implement any changes there. So if we look at the Department of Health, there are 3 grants. These transfers are made strictly to the City of Cape Town, which is HIV/AIDS, primary health care and nutrition. The reason why it's only to the City of Cape Town is because this function is performed by the department. For all other municipal areas, they do actively provide these services in the city as well. So it's only at certain areas that the Metro would fulfill these functions on behalf of the Department of Health. These transfers are done based on a claims basis. What we noted through discussions with the grant managers is that as part of the service level agreement, COE expenditure is not included. Yes. With regards to the Department of Human Settlements, there are 3 grants. There are 5 grants in total, 3 of which are national transfers to the department. This is the Human Settlements Development Grant, the Title Deeds Restoration, and the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership. As of the 2021-22 financial year, the upgrade of informal settlements is a new grant. This was a window within the HSDG grant last year. The department had highlighted a number of challenges that they foresee in expenditure on this grant, such as the housing of citizens when the rehousing of citizens while they develop the informal settlements, the lack of interest in businesses to move due to the space that they would lose. The title deeds restoration was concluded as of last year, so there will be no funding via that grant in the current financial year and going forward. However, title deeds has been made provision for in both the HSDG and the Informal Settlements Upgrade Grant. There was talk that there would be changes to the ops cap. We thought that the percentage would decrease. However, it had remained at 5%. What had changed was that the conditions around what ops cap could be spent on was tightened, and the department is no longer able to fund COE via the ops cap. This has put pressure on the department to evaluate their staffing numbers, and they have to reduce their headcount over the next 2 years. Then we have the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sports, focusing on library services. This department has 5 grants, of which only 1 is a provincial transfer, and that is strictly to the City of Cape Town. Library services grants is funded via the conditional grant, the Municipal Revenue Fund, and the Municipal Library Grant. As from the diagram, you can see that the department has a different strategy in terms of what percentage of grants they would cover, or what percentage of costs they cover via the grant transfers to municipalities. You can see that the department covers most of the expenditure related to B3 category municipalities, which are our vulnerable municipalities. They receive 97.3% of the cost of providing library services, with the city getting the shorter end of the stick, as they only get 10.38% of the funding required for library services. So it's an underfunded mandate from the side. Last year saw substantial budgetary cuts to the conditional grant of library services. This negatively impacted the department, with them having to finance the last quarter of the 2021 municipal financial year from the 2021-22 provincial year. So even though we did see that there is a recovery in the allocation for library services in the 2021-22 financial year, which is more in line with the 2019-20 allocation, the municipality or the department, sorry, is still at a disadvantage, as they are funding 5 quarters instead of your normal 4. So basically, as discussed earlier, there are 9 transferring departments that make up 38 grants. If we discount the 10 that we've discussed, it leaves us with 8 transferring departments and 27 grants. The reason why it's 27 is that last year was the end of the Greeners competition, so DDAT no longer has 2 grants, sorry. It has only the RCEP going forward. Department of Community and Safety has 4 conditional grants. The LEAP and the LESS, which is 2 grants specifically to the City of Cape Town. The The Department of Transport and Public Works has 5 transfers. All these are signed under transfer payments and not conditional grants. Provincial Treasury has 3 conditional grants that we distribute, and then there is 3 under human settlements. DDAC has 4, 1 being the tourism safety, and then we have 3 sporadic grants, which is annual, it's for 1 year for a specific project and it's infrastructure related. Cultural affairs and sports is the periodicals. That is a transfer to the City of Cape Town and they procure it directly. And then the Department of Local Government has the most grants, which is 9, 1 being an earmarked allocation. So basically, our preliminary findings on the grants was that we've noted that there's crowding out of municipal funding. So there's a larger dependency on the finance from province as municipalities no longer, or they reduce their own funding for particular projects. Another one was the delays in transfers. This is a common trend amongst the transferring departments due to a lack or a delay in the signing of MOAs, transfers to municipalities for specific projects. It doesn't leave a lot of flexibility for municipalities to implement. There's also overlap and duplications in terms of support. We saw that amongst transferring departments. Examples of this is Provincial Treasury and Department of Local Government, as well as Community and Safety and Department of Economic Development and Tourism. What is also clear is that there is limited exit strategies and life cycles of grants are extremely long. So funding is available to municipalities that apply, but there is no concrete exit strategies as yet for these grants. And then, so those are the key themes that we have found thus far. So based on what we found and the emerging principles of how we would evaluate grants going forward was to look at grant, are they aligned to the mandate of the transferring department, or is it in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution, where we're strengthening and supporting municipalities for their service delivery? We also need to look at, is it additionality to projects? So is municipalities using the funding as a supplement for the project and not reducing their own funding? Then also to look at both the non-financial and financial performance to underpin our M3F allocation. So has it obtained its objectives? Has it made impact and things like that? Then it's also to look at the allocation to municipalities or to be performance or rewards based and not. Then we also wanted to look at, is there a direct correlation and improvement in the service delivery, and then also the to balance the predictability and flexibility. So if during a constrained fiscal environment like we're currently having, that reduced budget or funding does not negatively impact municipalities in performing these projects or services. So with regards to the way forward, a series of internal workshops are going to be scheduled. The start is now in September. This will filter into the PG MTech, where the results of the grant review will be presented to the various transferring department. There is also the alignment with the functional assignment that Treasury is currently working on, and this has started already, and it will continue until the tabling of the budget and over the 2022 MTF. Any policy changes that has come from the MTech will then be part of the MTBPS, which will be tabled in November 2021, and then these changes are then will be implemented with the 2022 budget, which is tabled in March. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any other colleagues who would like to add before we open up the questions?
I think Shafika has done an excellent job. Thank you, Chair. We're very, very happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. Members, I'm going to take questions on this presentation as well as any follow-up questions on the previous presentation. I was a little bit concerned that we might not make it in time, but it seems that we still have lots of time. Okay, then I'll jump in with my questions first if there are no questions from members. In terms of the grant framework presentation, a new question, I think one of the challenges highlighted is something that we've been really struggling with over a number of years, which is unfunded mandates. And I just want to find out how are we going to solve this, because National Treasury has also implemented a zero budgeting approach. And in my mind, when we look at the different mandates of whether you're now a local government, municipality, or provincial government, that you would have to essentially use the money that's available to you and the funding that's available to you in order to fund those mandates that you are supposed to do constitutionally first before embarking upon funding programs or mandates that aren't necessarily your particular mandate. And whether you now local government or provincial, even national government, we see it in various different departments where you do a lot and there's many projects and programs that are laudable, but sometimes the constitutional mandates that are the kind of bread and butter mandates of that respective government isn't necessarily being funded. So how are we going to solve this in the next financial years and in the budgets coming up in the MTF period? In terms of the previous presentation, I wanted to find out in terms of framework agreements. I actually didn't know that it was being used so extensively in the provincial government. How do you call off contracts from your framework agreements? Perhaps if you can just assist us, and I'll maybe ask for some of the documentation of the different items in the resolution stage. And then just a second one, at the regional slide for businesses, a Western Cape business and so on, I just want to find out, given that in the COVID pandemic period, most of everything is online. I mean, I'm sitting at my computer speaking to you on an online platform from the city of Cape Town, but technically, if I was in a different country, I would still technically be able to speak to you online about this subject, being part of this committee meeting. You could be anywhere in the world as long as you had, Wi-Fi, you'd be able to log on to your committee meeting. So yes, it's important, for businesses in the Western Cape to benefit Western Cape suppliers, but how in the future are you going to, I don't know what the correct wording is, but almost how are you going to determine whether or not a business falls in a particular province or in South Africa, that matter, if many businesses are really going online these days and are using IT and technology in order to run their businesses, it doesn't necessarily have a particular head office space. I see Member Nkondlo's hand and Member van der Westhuizen. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. Let me also welcome the presentation, and I am actually taken aback. I remember when the new HOD joined the department, when it was even before COVID, we were in the chambers. I think when we're discussing about, some of these limitations in the conditional grants, I remember the discussion was more on this local government grants on capacity. You find this one and the other, when you both look at them in terms of what are its purpose, there is actually duplication. So I'm saying this to actually commend, the work that is being done by the department in this space, because indeed, in the current economic environment and climate, it's always prudent that departments are considering how our spending patterns and where indeed we can try and reorientate such for much maximum benefit. So I just wanted to sort of once again recognize the great work and the leadership in this regard. And having said so, Chair, I think one, if one looks at, I think the slides that are given, I think if let me go to just look at the slide number. I think it's slide number 6, if I'm not mistaken. I think firstly there is a table on the transfers from national to the municipality, and one would have actually wanted a similar slide in the province, because it actually shows you how, in terms of in a cumulative period, how the allocations have been, and one is able to see exactly in which areas from the infrastructure to capacity building. And I'm not sure whether the department would be in a position perhaps outside of this to share such in terms of the provincial transfers to the municipalities. That's the first one, Chair, that I would like to understand. But also I would have wanted to understand that to date, similar to that kind of an analysis, is whether actually the spending thereof in relation to the actual purpose, as we start to reorientate, what has been some of the information or trends that the department has picked up in as far as these areas are concerned? Do you have such an information that indicates, for example, in the infrastructure, have we been over time? If you look at that period that you have indicated in that slide, have we been able, from an infrastructure point of view, as an example, if you talk about the one element of the integrated or the regional bulk infrastructure grant, as an example, have we been able, as the municipalities, been able to utilize that money? And actually, if we were to consider, the actual infrastructure assets of those municipalities, we would be able to see value, of new assets that are on the portfolio of those municipalities, or their maintenance also a profile that is actually demonstrating that indeed the monies that have been spent have actually yielded the result or not, and if not, what could have been some of the challenges, so that as we talk about reorientating these grants, we're able to understand where problems are at. And then I think in as far as the MNE is concerned, mentioned, I think in slide number 8, in reference to national, I just want to understand, in terms of the province grants and transfers to these municipalities, are you utilizing a similar system? Is your system integrated in terms of the variables that it puts in? And I'm raising this with the consideration that if you look at some, the policy, there would be a national policy imperatives, whether the province, and I'm raising as an example, if you talk about job creation, skills development, those kind of issues, that will be sort of cross-cutting. So that's why I'm asking, in terms of the province, are you utilizing a system that is sort of comparable with the national, or it's a different system? How are you also ensuring the MNE of the
Member Nkondlo, we lost you there at the end of the sentence of
some of
MEC.
the best practices, you know, for the national or any other system, especially if you talk about the issue of fragmentation, and also I think the issue of duplication. I think in terms of your themes. The last one, Chair, sorry to be long. The last one, in terms of where we are going, and I see that there is work that is still to be continued from the workshops right to that arrow that looks at 2022, the MTEF process. I am interested, maybe HOD and the team, that with the current conversation about the district model, understanding what has been the position of the province in as far as that district model and the variation from where the province is sitting from what national is saying, the extent to which once again that particular policy requirement at a national level, how are you viewing? Because obviously it is bringing some level of grant funding once again, and also it is considering, you know, a specific, especially from the infrastructure point of view, as part of the economic recovery. So I'm just trying to understand the extent to which that particular conversation is actually integrated and built in into the kind of system that you would be developing, you know, of how to consolidate these sort of conditional grants to enable better efficiencies, you know, in as far as local government is concerned. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Member van der Westhuizen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And Chair, can I say from the onset, I've got a very soft spot for local government. And I've got two questions. The first one is regarding their cash flow. For example, in terms of the support given on an agency basis to municipalities for the operating costs of, for example, libraries, do they first need to incur the expenses and then they will receive the grants as a reimbursement, or will they be given these grants upfront and then just need to report on the spending of those grants? I would just like to know what the effect on their cash reserves would be. And the second one, Chair, if I could just, it's more of a comment, but perhaps, you know, we would be able to get a better picture. In many of our particularly poorer and rural municipalities, we see that, you know, the maintenance of infrastructure is lacking. Now, it's my impression that the majority of these grants go towards infrastructure projects, you know, new, let's call it water reticulation services or sources of water, particularly with the drought that we've been experiencing and so on. But that some of the basic maintenance, and I'm referring here, for example, to sealed roads, etc. Some of those roads are really in need of serious need of maintenance, but it seems as if the municipality just hasn't got the money. And it's I also believe in the English proverb of a stitch in time saves 9. Now it seems to me, you know, that some of those roads are allowed to deteriorate to such a state that fixing the potholes will no longer be necessary because, you know, it's been allowed to deteriorate too badly, and that some of those roads will have to be completely rebuilt. So to what extent can we give support to municipalities also for maintenance purposes, just to ensure that their assets are you know, attended to in time before, you know, the real expenditure is needed? Are there such grants at all, or are these just for operating costs and infrastructure costs? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Member Maseko.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and again, thanks for the presentation. I think the Member Nkondlo has covered me with my questions, but I just want to find out And I'm going to make an example on the grants for the Department of Human Settlements. For the upgrade of informal settlements. Now, it involves also in the upgrading of the informal settlement, the infrastructure. And I know the municipalities also, they do have the a grant, the MIC funding that has to do with the infrastructure also. Now, I want to find out, how does the department make sure that when they allocate those grants, there's no any duplication? And how do you separate the, especially on human settlement, from the upgrading of the informal settlement from the strategic plan? Because upgrading of some of informal settlement is one of the programs already that is in the strategic plans of the department itself. So in principle, my question is, how do you do away with duplication for what is the plan of the departments versus the issue of the grant that will duplicate, and the appetite again from the municipalities, like on the title deeds restoration? I mean, the national was giving that grant to the municipalities, but the pace that it was moving from the municipality, it was not what it was anticipated to eventually when that grant was stopped. Now we are going to, you are allocating a certain portion for that title deeds restoration, of which is appreciated. It's a very brilliant thing to do, to give that sense of ownership. But how do you make sure that the appetite is there? Is there a value for that money that you are giving to the municipalities for those grants to be used and not stay there without being used for the purpose that it's supposed to? Thank you, Chair. I think that's all. The other members covered me for the other questions.
Thank you so much. I have one last question. And I think we can actually extend the session a little bit longer and start this next session this afternoon a little bit later. So I don't foresee us using all the time this afternoon for the second session. My last question, sorry, is just that the Minister of Finance tabled, and it's obviously through the Department of Finance as well, tabled in the ATC on Monday, the administration of the Beaufort West municipality. And obviously with administration of a municipality, you have to obviously have your financial recovery plans and so on. And last year during the budget and annual reports, we obviously learned of the money in terms of the grant from Provincial Treasury, which was put aside for Kanaland's administration, and that because Kanaland's administration didn't want to sign certain conditions, they couldn't get the administration money, which is, you know, it makes sense. You know, you have to sign the conditions of the financial recovery. So now my question is, just as a follow-up, whether or not that grant money allocated for Kanaland has been reallocated and paid out. Have they signed the conditions for the financial recovery? How is that going? And what will the financial recovery cost be for the Beaufort West municipality, if you have calculated yet? I'm not sure if you've done that. And in terms of that costing for administration, what specifically will be funded? And through whose budget will that be funded? Yeah, thank you. Ms. Davids, I'm not sure if you're going to be taking all of the questions or if this can be allocated.
Thank you, Chair. Let me help Ms. Davids. There are a range of issues there, and I'll ask some of my colleagues to deal with some of the specifics. But I think a range of useful questions that I'll start out with. I wonder if it wouldn't be, because the bulk of the questions, of course, on the local government matters, I wonder if I shouldn't just ask Ms. Kantana to deal with the two questions you posed on framework agreements and regional participation first, and then we can deal with I'll come back and start the dealing with the local government questions thereafter, just so that we keep the discussion organized. So if that's okay with you, Chair, I'll go to Ms. Kantana first, and then I'll come back on the local government issues.
That's in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, HOD. So I'm going to deal with the framework contracts, and the question was, how do we utilize those? So when you have a framework contract in place, you already have selected suppliers, and you have unit costs set within that framework agreement. So the aim then is to ensure that the work is equally spread amongst those who qualify. And so when the need arises, a department or a procuring entity will develop a brief, which is then submitted for costing to the next supplier. So it all depends, because you could also use a rotational basis, or you could issue it to everybody at the same time, and then you make a final decision in terms of who's going to be utilized for that specific work that needs to be done. So that is how, in essence, very simplistically, trying to just explain what happens when we deal with a framework contract. I'm terribly apologies, because it seems as if there are people busy cutting grass just where I am. So apologies for the background noise. And then just in terms of the observation made by the chair, in terms of suppliers moving increasingly in terms of the online environment, and us being more and more able to buy and sell online as opposed to having a physical address. So for the Western Cape and how government would deal with its suppliers, all suppliers are currently geo-mapped. If they want to do business with the Western Cape government, so they would either provide, or they must provide, a physical address for payment. So that physical address for payment might be, could obviously, so we could have it online, but there must be a physical address for the payment. So regardless if the procurement is done manually or electronically, we will be able to track via a payment system where that spend or where the supplier then is located. And that information is all part of the central supplier database. So thank you, Chair. Thank you, HOD.
Great, thank you very much, Ms. Kantana. Chair, you raised an issue around unfunded mandates. I know that is the conventional language or common language. I think it's often more helpful to think about that question as one, in the first instance, of functional assignments between spheres of government. And then which is often opaque, with either duplications or a lack of clarity over who is responsible precisely for what. And I think Member Maseko raised that question, that issue also with regard to informal settlement upgrading. So when there is ambiguity over functional assignments, which there very often is at a sub-functional level, then one can get, if it's left unresolved, one can get into differences of opinion over who should be funding what. The view that I take, and I think that the treasuries as a whole take, is that we really need to focus on the outcome for citizens. They're not particularly interested always in which sphere of government is responsible. They're much more interested in the service getting delivered efficiently and effectively. But within the question of the funding, I think it's not that there are very many mandates that are unfunded in their entirety. There may be certain functions that are underfunded because the funding may be in the wrong place or may not be at the right level. And it's really at that latter respect that I think it's important to note that when one sphere of government undertakes a service as an agent on behalf of another sphere of government, it's effectively acting like a private provider would. It's providing that service to the service level that is determined by the initiating sphere of government. If it chooses to go beyond that level and provide an additional service or provide that service at higher costs than what are funded, then it's not really correct that the service that the mandate would be underfunded, but that the agent in this instance has taken on additional costs that are above and beyond either what is required or what constitutes an efficient level of delivery. So I think you can see it's a relatively complicated issue that does need to be led by the evidence in each case. What we're doing in taking this forward as the Provincial Treasury is adopting quite a systematic approach, as you can see. There have been these issues that have been in the system for many years now. In that systematic approach, what we're doing is we're taking sort of the 80-20 principle. Is a large number of by value of these of our transfers go to quite understandably the City of Cape Town. So we have initiated a technical discussion with the City of Cape Town specifically to set a framework for resolving issues of functional assignments. Now, where we are going to where those functions have broader provincial remits, in other words, they affect other municipalities, we will obviously be keeping that in mind in terms of what systems and precedents are established in that respect. But we would be able to make sure that those lessons and approaches that we generate are transferable. But a lot of this actually gets down to even actuarial work on understanding cost structures over time. There is that work that is underway, and the intention is, but at corporate levels, if I can call it that, to set a framework within which we are able to pursue the more detailed discussions in individual functions associated with some of these transfers. So this work on transfers is closely related to that discussion on functional assignments, and we're learning a lot and are committed to making progress with particularly the City of Cape Town in this respect, because the complexity of those of those relationships is quite significant. The question you raised on the interventions and Beaufort West, yes, the Provincial Executive has indicated that it is intervening in Beaufort West municipality in terms of Section 139(5) of the Constitution and under Chapter 13 of the MFMA. That's a mandatory intervention that is being made. In other words, the certain legal triggers have been activated based on the fact that there is an acknowledgement, I think, by all parties that the municipality is in financial distress. I would clarify that this does not constitute administration in the way that it is conventionally understood. A Chapter 13 intervention is an intervention to restore financial sustainability. The Provincial Executive has not dissolved the Municipal Council. Provincial officials are not taking charge of the municipality. We are working in partnership with the municipality in a regulated process to restore sustainability, fiscal sustainability in that municipality. The details of this is a relatively recent development. The details of which are still being worked out at a logistical level. Given the nature of the mandatory intervention here, there's a critical role for the Municipal Financial Recovery Service in the National Treasury, and so of course we're in contact with them, we're in contact with the municipality, and we're going to be jointly mapping the way forward on this in the short term, and making sure that the work gets underway in accordance with the law to develop a financial recovery plan for the municipality. That is the same case as in Kannaland municipality. In the case of Kannaland, we had requested the Municipal Financial Recovery Service to revise the financial recovery plan based on the experience of implementation and issues that had arisen and lessons that have been learned. In that respect, they have done so. There is a new financial recovery plan, and I think Mr. Kenyon is here and can update the committee on that. But you do raise the question of the support around the financial recovery plans, which would be applicable in both instances. I think that what we have learned, and particularly in the case of Kannaland, that it is not specifically financial support that is required. We're not in the approach here is not to provide bailouts to municipalities. It is to provide them with support to effectively implement the financial recovery plans and restore their own financial sustainability. Therefore, just budgeting for a transfer of resources is not necessarily a good way forward. In fact, it's often managers in municipalities will tell us, if you give us the resources, well, then we have to go through supply chain management processes and a whole lot of things before we can actually get the support that would be really valuable to us in terms of work that needs to be done. So in many cases, it's actually what they're wanting is real hands-on support rather than just the cash. The approach that we're therefore taking is to make sure that the support plans to the municipalities emerge from financial recovery implementation plans, and that we package support, we package resources to serve those support plans, not necessarily just saying, here's money, good luck with the turnaround. So I think it's taking a new look on the question of partnerships. But I think Mr. Kenyon can give slightly further details. He's been involved deeply in leading on both, but in the case of both of these municipalities. Member Nkondlo, thank you very much for acknowledging the work that the team has done. That's appreciated. I will ask the team to address the questions on slide 6. Well, I think we can certainly have information on the provincial transfers to municipalities. I think it's just a presentational issue in terms of replicating that for slide 6, but we certainly do have that information. We tried to capture it in the graphs on each of the sectors for those slides, but hadn't aggregated it. And I think that obviously can be done. I think where we are in the process in terms of the review of the grants is that we have come through a diagnostic phase, which has been difficult to package in terms of pulling the information together and so forth. We've gone through an analytical phase where we're able to make certain findings. I think that there is still more work to be done in that respect in terms of looking at impact in terms of value for money, but the team can speak to that. You did mention the RBIG and MIG, and I would just point out that those are national transfers. They're not strictly within the scope of the work this team has been doing. They're obviously contextually relevant. but there are national government grants. We do manage those. We do keep sight of those grants, but typically through our in-year monitoring of total capital spending by municipalities, and the Department of Local Government plays a very strong support role in spending, for example, on the MIG grants. And I think that again, the team can speak to some of those issues. There are issues in capital spending performance, and there will always be concerns from a Treasury, certainly, in terms of whether we're getting most effective and efficient outcomes that are possible, because that is not a destination, that is an ongoing journey to consider, given that there's technology changing contexts, and so forth. In terms of the monitoring and evaluation, yes, our systems do use very similar systems to national government. There are cash flow forecasts. There's reporting on grants, and there are also grant frameworks that are developed that set objectives and targets and so forth. And those are also published. We are at present, and I think it's partially emerging out of this work, starting to look at, for example, the cash flow forecasting on grants and how we can improve that aspect of it, and specifically with respect to grants that are funded through earmarks in the budget. There are regular reporting requirements where we are increasingly cranking up requirements to evaluate impact from these programs. I think your final question was around the district development model. I think there's been terrific progress in the Western Cape in aligning the district development model with the joint district and metropolitan approach in the province. Now, that approach preceded and to some extent informed the development of the district development model at a national level. And I think that they were originally seen as maybe separate interventions or approaches. And I think that those misunderstandings have actually been resolved now. HOD Paulso was in fact telling me just the other day that that some of the interfaces that they've had with national government on the district development model have been very, very productive. We've been able to transfer lessons that we've learned. We've been able to pull lessons and get guidance on processes from national government as well. So it seems to me that the misalignment was largely perceptual at the beginning and really had to do with the different timeframes and the different periods at which the approach was developed, with the JDMA preceding the emergence of the district development model. One of the key parts of the JDMA and now the district development model as well is this initiative to introduce single support plans for municipalities. And I think that those single support plans are going to tie in very nicely with the work we're doing on aspects of transfers to local government in the province, because where these transfers are associated with building institutional capacity or driving particular reform programs, if that is reflected in the single support plan, well, then the grant frameworks can align, the grant or the funding mechanisms can align behind that. So that's definitely an area to look out for going forward. Are we getting that functional and fiscal alignment in a more effective way? And I think the findings of the work to date have indicated that we do need to reduce that fragmentation in the transfers and get them to be more aligned to strategy in an integrated way. So this is coming together very, very nicely. Member van der Westhuizen, you raised the question on agency payments. They are typically reimbursed, but that doesn't mean there cannot be upfront sort of liquidity payments that are made that are offset against invoices for the work that is done. It'll vary a little bit by program, but that's not an unusual development. On the question of infrastructure maintenance, I think you raise obviously some critical points. I would just point out that with respect to our transfers, Chair, I think I may just need to mute somebody here.
Ask that if you're not on the floor, if you could just disable your video and mic as well, please. Thank you.
Chair, on the question of infrastructure maintenance, the vast bulk of infrastructure transfers to municipalities come from national government directly. They don't transit through the provincial government. And while we do make a limited number of transfers that do support infrastructure investment, that's not the bulk of what we're funding in our provincial transfers. But I do hear what Member van der Westhuizen is raising in terms of, well, if government at whatever level is assisting a municipality to install infrastructure, then should it not also pay for the maintenance of that infrastructure or support the maintenance of that infrastructure? And that's a tricky public policy point, because municipalities do have own revenue sources, as was pointed out in the presentation, that are for core functions such as road maintenance. And while they may not always have the resources, particularly in poor communities, to install infrastructure, they do have responsibilities for the maintenance of that infrastructure. So the question is, are municipalities making the right allocative choices in terms of the resources they're directing to asset maintenance, refurbishment and renewal, but also do they have the right systems in place? And in respect to the systems, one of the initiatives that is currently underway is the development and rolling out of infrastructure delivery management systems in the local government sphere. So this is something that has been adopted for some time now in the national provincial spheres, but obviously municipalities deal with different classes of assets, and it's had to be adjusted to deal with that in the local government sphere, and that is currently happening. But I think that the critical point here is that municipalities do have own revenue sources that are intended to fund service maintenance, and one doesn't want to create an incentive for municipalities to let assets degrade to the point where they need to just be replaced again. So it is an ongoing issue in our fiscal system and the subject of, I think, continuous monitoring debate. What we do try and do is the provincial treasury is continually guide municipalities to make sure they're allocating enough money to maintenance, refurbishment and renewal of assets. And we track that in their books, the extent to which they're doing that, but also that they have the systems that allow for life cycle management through the introduction of infrastructure delivery management system approaches. The final issues were raised by Member Maseko with respect to the duplication, potential duplication between spheres, and I think this is a very important issue, and the team raised it in one of the findings here about the potential to crowd out spending through our transfers, where we simply replace rather than provide additional resources for a particular function. And that becomes particularly difficult in areas like informal settlement upgrading, because what we know about informal settlement upgrading is it's not just one thing, it's a multi-factor approach to building communities through integrated in situ informal settlement, informal settlement upgrading. So taking an approach that is very focused on input control I'm only going to fund this very particular slice of things, does not encourage integration necessarily. But we have to avoid the crowding out of municipal efforts as well. We're trying to leverage and leverage resources and make the whole bigger than the sum of its parts. And that I think is where the team is guiding in terms of needing to think through more outcome-based, performance-based approaches to our grant system rather than purely input-based approaches. And that can help us reduce the amount of duplication rather than having to deal with the consequences of there being gaps in the funding framework that can inhibit spending and certainly undermine the achievement of outcomes. In terms of, and then finally, I think in terms of incentives to use grants, and you mentioned the title deed grants, I think that's really at the heart of this. You know, it's very difficult to use money to get people to do something that they're not interested in doing. One needs to make sure that you have common alignment on policy objectives, a shared set of outcomes that one is trying to achieve, and as a starting point, rather than trying to force people to do something through handcuffing them to money with such strict conditions that they don't feel they can use it in ways that are useful to them. So it's not just a fiscal question, and I think, you know, the work that is being done here, both in how we reframe grants, but also with more integrated approaches in terms of single support plans and so forth, will go a long way towards aligning commitments around outcomes and having a mutual motivation to achieve certain outcomes, and then allowing the implementing agencies a degree of discretion in their own contexts to be able to succeed on those shared objectives. But I will just, before I close, Chair, just ask Mr. Kenyon if he wanted to add anything on questions of intervention and capital spending. I think Dr. Nlea, I saw, had his hand up. I know these are issues that particularly animate him as well. So I'll give him a chance to respond perhaps on some of the grant issues, and then of course an opportunity for Shafika to add anything that she feels I've missed. Thank you. So I think Stephen first.
Thank you very much, HOD. Good morning still, Chair and honourable members of the committee. Yeah, I think the HOD has already given quite a comprehensive answer, but just maybe to fill in with some additional details on the interventions and the links to the grant funding that is available for municipalities under intervention. So just to give you dates on the recent events in the financial recovery plan processes for both of the municipalities that are under intervention at the moment. In Kannaland's case, the amended financial recovery plan was formally approved on the 26th of August, so that's Thursday last week, and was submitted to the municipality. We're in the process of trying to set up a formal engagement workshop with the municipality to take them through the new plan and the new arrangements, etc. So that's still very fresh and new. I think the straightforward question from the committee chair was whether the municipality is now in compliance with the intervention and meets the conditions necessary to be able to access the grant funding. No, the simple answer is no, they have not. They're not in full cooperation at the moment. And so neither the Treasury nor the Department of Local Government have made transfers in this financial year from the grants that we have to support municipalities or projects in municipalities under intervention to Kannaland. If the municipality becomes compliant with the amended financial recovery plan, then of course that can be reconsidered. There is still sort of 10 months, 8 months left in the municipal financial year, so there is quite a lot of time still there. I think we've gone over this before in previous meetings. The municipality has to be in cooperation before they would be able to access those funds. In the case of Beaufort West municipality, The notice of intervention was issued on Friday last week, the 27th of August. So we are also in the process of engaging with the National Treasury Municipal Financial Recovery Services, who by law in terms of the MFMA are responsible for drafting the financial recovery plan. We're also setting up a workshop with Beaufort West Municipality. The first phase of that is to make sure that we have a common diagnosis of the problems in the municipality, and then based on that draft a financial recovery plan, which includes support measures and as well as sort of complementary support from the province. And that could include accessing grant funds. It could include other forms of support. But I think the point that HOD made earlier bears repeating, that at no point is what we're looking at a bailout of the municipality. The financial recovery plan provides a step-by-step guide for what the municipality needs to do itself to be able to get itself out of the financial difficulties it is in, but they would be eligible in theory to access some small amounts of grant funding as well as part of the support for that. And then lastly, just on the infrastructure spending, yes, as the HOD said, this is a problem that's not specific to provincial conditional grants. This is the underperformance in some municipalities on infrastructure spending is a problem more broadly. We have seen some encouraging signs in some municipalities of an improvement in spending. We monitor very closely through the in-year monitoring, but there are also, especially with infrastructure projects, because the procurement processes, etc., are so complicated, a lot of the spending happens at the end of the year, and there is often a lot of spending that is only recorded after the end of the financial year. And so we'll wait for an examination of the annual financial statements that were finalized yesterday only. So it would be premature to speak to the trends from the most recent financial year, but we saw some encouraging signs, and we are working with the Department of Local Government to assist municipalities in improving the planning that goes into that informs that performance. Because although we monitor closely through the in-year monitoring system, by the time just reflecting honestly, by the time you're in month 9 of the financial year and we're picking up that a municipality is behind on their spending, realistically, given the time it takes for procurement and then construction processes to take place, there's relatively little you can fix in year. So the solution we very much see as improving that planning and procuring before the start of the financial year. And in those municipalities that have shown an improvement, that has certainly been a big part of that. So we hope that we can extend those lessons to other municipalities as well. Let me stop there and hand over to Dr. Ndleya.
Good morning, and thank you, HOD, and thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to address you. I just want to say that my HOD, I'm privileged to work with him because he's already almost traversed everything again. But let me just say, on the question of the percentage spending, I just want to give an example of a major infrastructure grant that we have in the province, which is especially related to the Go George, where we have by and large 100% spend, and the Human Settlements Development, HSDG, is one such again where the province on a yearly basis often even receives additional funding, where there is quite a large spending in that respect. But there are also in addition a number of those are very small grants which are infrastructure related, some of which have actually been subject to rollover processes. But again, this speaks to the matter of whether how we can actually consolidate some of these grants. There is a process that is run by the Chief Directorate led by Mr. Kenyon that deals with the rollover processes, and there are specific matters that are being attended to that relate to rollover of infrastructure projects. I just want to also add that, and this one is something that I speak passionately as a researcher myself, that I would want to separate the matter of monitoring and evaluation as two separate, related but distinct processes, where monitoring, I think we are broadly, there is a lot of monitoring and I use broadly, there is a lot of monitoring that happens. However, we do not as yet, it seems, in terms of the conditional grants, have a comprehensive evaluation timetable for evaluation of the grants that we have, and it's something that perhaps in the conversation going forward we should actually be looking at. And also the matter of informal settlements upgrades. We've seen that there are changes in the grants framework, but also there are, again, in those small grants that are distributed by various departments. For example, there is one that where high mast lighting is actually provided to improve security. We believe this is one of the areas, for example, that could actually be comprehensively worked out as part of the informal settlements to actually provide security as part of the comprehensive informal settlements upgrade. Let me also just say that and conclude by saying grants are an important source of revenue for local government. The grants that we provide, albeit they actually supplement, albeit that they actually supplement their own funding, but also that grant reform, which we, the HOD, since it came, has been driving, is a gradual process and is best actually pursued as part of a broader fiscal reforms that my HOD is leading. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Boyson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to touch on the issue of repairs and maintenance, which was raised by Honourable Member van der Westhuizen. Just in this regard, the issue of grants, it almost displaces responsibility or accountability by municipalities in certain aspects with regards to the maintenance of the infrastructure, but it is also the systemic of poor asset management on the part of municipalities. So there has also been an outcry by municipalities for the grant, specifically the municipal infrastructure grant, to be reformed. And in the 2021 national budget, National Treasury announced that the scope of the municipal infrastructure grant will be reviewed to allow for a certain percentage of the grant to be used for the development of infrastructure management plans to address the issue of poor asset management on the part of municipalities. And then just furthermore, with respect to the issue of M&E, as Provincial Treasury, we do go through the full accountability cycle of municipalities, starting off with the annual budget, which we've just concluded. And then on a quarterly basis and also on a half-year basis, we also assess then the non-financial information that municipalities do report on, and then lastly also on an annual basis through the annual reports. And I think there's also independent results from Stats SA that also report on the high level of access in terms of access to basic services by residents in the Western Cape. And then lastly, we also get comfort from the outcomes of the audit reports that show an improvement in the audit outcomes where the non-financial information is also being audited. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Anyone else that still needs to answer a particular question?
I think, Chair, we've covered them all, but let me just check. Shafika, did we do justice to the work that you've done?
Thank you. Yes, all the questions has been covered fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. What I'm going to do is, if there's any follow-ups, I'm going to ask that the members just put those particular ones in writing, as we have gone a little bit over time in this session. But I felt that because of the passion and the interest from the members, it was just important for us to deal with those questions, as they were quite important. But I want to say thank you to the Minister for joining us earlier in today's session, as well as for the HOD and his team for the comprehensive presentations, as well as the great work that Team Finance is currently doing in this space. And we will look forward to engaging you more on this particular topic. And with that, I'm going to ask that we just take a 30-minute break so that we don't do a full marathon of one meeting, and that we reconvene at 12:15. That will, I think, give us enough time to complete the second session this afternoon, and that those who are not part of the second session are welcome to leave the meeting in order to go about their day-to-day work. Thank you so much. Okay, with that, we will then reconvene at 12:15. Thank you. would be discussing their personal information during the process of nominations to the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Board. And the reason for this, it is a new requirement from the WCBP in order to be compliant with the POPE Act and its enforcement this year. But colleagues, I am going to ask regarding the briefing by the service provider and the probity outcomes, because that particular portion will include personal information of candidates, that we please resolve that that section of the meeting be a closed section. Members, would you be happy with this? Would this be in order?
Fine with me, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other input from members or objections?
Fine with me, Chair.
Thank you, Member Maseko. Member Nkondla, I'm not sure if he's still online with us.
Yes, I'm okay. I'm okay with the proposal, Chair.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So we can just ensure that all the personal information stays personal information. With that, I'm just going to ask that the Provincial Treasury jump straight into the presentation. It's not too long, and then we will deal with the probity section separately. And this process that we're embarking upon is in terms of the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Act and the relevant regulations for those who are joining us online. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think that the committee has experience of these matters before, so I'm just going to hand straight over to the team for the briefing, led by Dr. Nlea. I'm not sure if he's got opening remarks, and I think Ms. Claire Horton will do the presentation.
Thank you very much, HOD, and thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to present to you. So this presentation will outline the process that we have undertaken in terms of the recruitment, the advertisement, in terms of the act that actually governs that, and the regulations that govern the recruitment process, and the process, and take you through as well to the candidates, how they were identified, that will be presented, that will be appearing before the committee if the committee so approves them. With that, let me allow Ms. Horton to actually take us through the presentation. Thank you very much.
Ms. Horton, are you online?
Good afternoon. Can you see the presentation?
Not yet. Maybe we just give it a minute or two.
Let me try once more.
We are unable to see it yet. Is someone else able to maybe put it?
I will try. Sorry about that.
No.
Dr. Leak, would you mind flighting? Documents.
Dr. Leah, are you still with us? Are you able to flight it for us?
Yes, I'm just checking the
Otherwise,
presentation.
I will be able to. I'm nearly there.
Okay.
No problem. Thanks.
Apologies. Is it showing yet?
Not yet. Oh, I think.
Good day, Chairperson Lizette.
Okay, perfect.
I'll be doing it from my side. You can just direct me to the next slide when you are done.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms.
Okay.
Orton. You can just indicate to Ms. Kluter
Okay.
when you need to go to the next slide.
Thank you. If you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you for the opportunity, committee. You must also guide us in terms of, as it's already been indicated, this has been done before. So the committee should indicate if you wish us to speed up through the process. In terms of the requirements to appoint board members, these are stipulated in terms of the Western Cape Gambling Act as well as the accompanying regulations. In terms of Section 3 of the Act, it indicates the composition of the board. In terms of the board must consist of 7 members, appointed on a part-time basis by the Executive Council in accordance with the prescribed procedure, and which shall provide for public participation in the nomination of candidates for appointments, provided that the Standing Committee of the Provincial Legislature responsible for this Act shall evaluate all candidates as to their suitability for the appointment. There is one reference in terms of the Act, in terms of the appointments should be based in terms of appropriate knowledge, experience, and provided that appointments are made in terms of gender sensitivity. The Act then, in terms of Section 4, details the eligibility criteria for appointment to either as a member of the board or appointment as an employee of the board. Firstly, in terms of must be a natural person. In terms of appointment to the board, you must be of the age of 25 years or older. You must ordinarily be resident in the Western Cape province. You must be a fit and proper person in terms of Section 28AI. You must be in good financial standings and not be disqualified in terms of Section 5. And Section 5 then provides the criteria in which you would be disqualified from possible appointment. If you have been convicted of an offence in terms of this Act or any similar law, if you've been convicted of theft, fraud, forgery, the uttering of a forged document, perjury, or any offence under the Corruption Act, you are unrehabilitated insolvent, you've been removed from any office of trust on account of misconduct or dishonesty, if you are a political office bearer, if anyone, whether personally or through a spouse, family member, partner, or associate, has direct or indirect interests in the gambling business or establishment, or has interest in business or enterprise that may conflict or interfere with the performance of the duties of the board. If we could go to the next slide. This just really gives the details in terms of the regulations that guide the actual process. In terms of the process that starts with the nomination of candidates, the process then details in terms of the disposal of application forms to each of the applicants, and then also in terms of the timeframes that need to be adhered to. So the process has to start in terms of the accounting officer noticing in each of the 3 official languages of the province, calling for nominations to serve on the board. The nominations need to contain the names, address, telephone number, and curriculum vitae of nominees, and these need to be submitted within 14 days of the notice being published. Thereafter, the accounting officer needs to make available to the nominees the application form, and the application form is guided in terms of the regulations where the stipulated questioning that needs to be answered is provided in that application form. Also, you need to provide a signed declaration in terms of your willingness to disclose full details of personal and financial affairs, and a statement signed by the applicant that you are compliant with Section 4 of the Act in terms of to be eligible for appointment. If these documents are not provided in full, then the application is rendered invalid. After the expiry of this application period, the accounting officer shall make available in 3 official languages a notice specifying the names and address of each nominee who has submitted a valid application, providing for a 14-day call for comment in terms of the suitability of the nominees. Next slide, please. Then the accounting officer is responsible in terms of evaluating each of the applications received and providing the committee then with a shortlist. In terms of one vacancy being becoming available, then the accounting officer is required to submit not less than 3 names of the most suitable candidates for appointment. The shortlist, as well as the information relevant, we need to provide that to the standing committee in terms of all the relevant documentation, and that is files have been prepared for the standing committee, and these will be made available to the committee. The committee then has 7 days once it's received this documentation to submit a final shortlist of not less than, in this case, 3 names, together with of those 3 names to the responsible member for the Executive Council. In other words, in this case, it would be Minister Manier. And on resolution of the decision by the Executive Council, the accounting officer is responsible for informing all the candidates in terms of the outcome of the process. Could you go to the next slide, please? This is briefly a summary in terms of the existing board members. As one will note here, we have quite an extensive representation in terms of finance experience as well as governance. There's three members currently with a financial background. There's 2 members with a governance background. We also have 2 members in terms of having a background in law. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay. The intention from this process is to fill 1 vacancy. I've summarized in terms of the previous slide, in terms of the split in terms of skills and experience. So you can go to the next slide, please. This just briefly captures the current process that was embarked upon in terms of filling this current vacancy. We called for nominations in February already in terms of the Provincial Gazette, Die Burger, Weekend Argus, and Vukani. We received a total of 16 nominations. We then subsequently provided all these nominees with the application form. 5 application forms were returned. We then, in May, published the names for comment, and no comment was received from the public. We then, as part of our process, we procured the services of an external service provider, Gloucester Accounting Services, to undertake the probaties. And we've also provided a separate checklist as part of the request from the committee in terms of the suitability of the candidates. If you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. There was one, as I indicated, we received 5 application forms, but one of the applicants indicated an address outside of the Western Cape. We then subsequently sent a number of follow-up questions to the individual. And based on the responses received to the series of questions that are provided for, that we have received previous guidance from legal services in terms of determining eligibility as ordinary resident, the applicant failed to respond to any of those questions posed to him. So as a result of that applicant was then excluded. Next slide, please. As a result, we have 4 candidates, and there's no clear guidance in terms of the Act, in terms of shortlisting criteria. However, it should be noted in our notice, we do indicate the need and preference for a wide array of skill sets in terms of social and community welfare, finance, economics, accounting, auditing, law, business acumen, for example, in terms of trying to get a spread of possible candidates. King 4 recommends that to remain relevant, boards ought to be diverse, particularly with regards to academic qualifications, technical expertise, relevant industry knowledge, experience, nationality, age, race, and gender. So we have forwarded 4 applicants to this committee. And basically, we've forwarded the 4 applicants. All would meet the criteria in terms of the diversity of skill sets and experience, as well as in terms of representativity for the committee to consider the candidates. Next slide, please. And here's the details in terms of the 4 shortlisted candidates. The first candidate, Ms. Makahubudi, she's got an MBA, BCom honors. She's got quite a lot of private business experience, as well as in finance sector, and has also worked internationally. Then Dr. Furges has a PhD with economics and town planning. He has an MCom honors, BCom. He's also previously worked for the Gambling Board, being responsible for regulation. He's also been a vice chairperson of the Western Cape Gambling Racing Board, as well as a member of the Eastern Cape Gambling and Racing Board. Then Dr. Madubuka, he's got governance and business experience, as well as experience in terms of sitting on the Liquor License Tribunal. And the last shortlisted candidate is Advocate Block. He brings with him legal and governance experience, as well as sitting on various regulatory authorities, and we've listed some of them. There's a lot more in terms of these details in the application forms and the accompanying extracts of CVs as they've been provided. If you could go to the next slide, please. In the event that the Standing Committee wishes to conduct interviews, and should the Standing Committee wish so, Provincial Treasury can provide a list of possible questions and answering guides if the committee so wishes. We will provide, and have already actually provided, the committee's secretariat with the details of the shortlisted candidates. We request that the Standing Committee evaluate candidates and make a recommendation to the responsible member. And as indicated, we are trying to fill 1 vacancy. And ideally, it's requested that the committee, when making a recommendation, if they could please indicate in order of preference the most suitable candidate for appointment. I thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Horton. And I just would like to also just express gratitude for taking the committee's request for a checklist on vacancies into consideration, as it will assist the committee with satisfying itself that relevant legislation has been adhered to. Members, we're going to now take some questions on the procedure that has led up to today so far. Please note that any questions regarding persons and personal information specifically, if you can just keep that for the probity report section, which will be closed. But any process questions can be asked now. I see Member van der Westhuizen and then Member Maseko. Okay, in that order then.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In terms of the request that this committee should send through a ranked list of candidates, my understanding is that that is not a requirement by law, but it's just a recommendation that, once we've really gone through a process to get to know the candidates better, that we then send through that list, and that such a ranked list is obviously not binding then on the minister at all. My understanding, and perhaps Ms. Horton could just confirm, is just that we need to send through at least 3 names.
Thank you. I had the exact same question because the legislation says that we must submit a minimum amount of names to the minister. It doesn't actually say that we need to submit a list of preference to the minister, or that we have to submit the scoring or anything like that. And it seems as if the request or the recommendation on this front has changed from Provincial Treasury from previous years. So if Provincial Treasury can just indicate to us if there's any particular reason why the ranking of preference is requested. Member Maseko?
Thank you, Chair. You have asked my question about why the importance of the ranking, but another one that maybe it crops in my mind. I want to find out, because one of the issues in the gambling is the addiction. In the board members that are there, their specialties there, a specialty for one that will be a voice of reason as you issue the licenses to attend to the issue of trying to slot in their responsibility within the gamblers within the gambling industry. I think that's the only question that I have, Chair.
Thank you so much. We will have a number of decisions in terms of procedure that we will have to make. Ms. Horton, if you can maybe assist us with those so far.
Thank you very much for the questions. You're quite right in terms of you're not required to provide a preference in terms of ranking the various candidates. But there's nothing that prohibits you from doing so. As you correctly say, you just need to provide the 3 names. The reason perhaps we have actually requested this previously and also in terms of the previous committees, obviously the legislation does not stipulate the process that the committee has to follow, other than it needs to go through a process. So it's very difficult to dictate to the committee in terms of the request to rank the various individuals. But we would like the committee to consider it nevertheless, and it would be dictated to, I would imagine, in terms of the process that the committee would like to follow when it actually conducts the interviews. There are various options in terms of the committee scoring the individuals or reaching a consensus arrangement in terms of how you go about, but that is for the committee to decide amongst yourselves in terms of, do you want to rank in terms of scoring, or is it in terms of consensus building amongst the committee members? So I leave that to the committee in terms of dictating its own processes. In terms of the question related to addiction or problem gambling, I think that's a very relevant question. And in terms of, as you would have seen, the profile of our current board members, and indeed, I think in terms of what the King report indicates in terms of ensuring that you have a diversity of board members, we have, and we would like, obviously we do in terms of the notice, indicate a preference as one of the preference criteria, a social or community welfare kind of experience. But unfortunately, we have no control in terms of who actually applies. And and another criteria that we would also like to target is in terms of disability. But unfortunately, we don't always get the applicants that would fill those kind of gaps in terms of the makeup of this board. So I think the member is correct in terms of highlighting problem or addiction to gambling as being one of the considerations that this committee would need to consider in terms of the appointment of appropriate board member. Thank you.
Ms. Horton, just in terms of the first question, I think you were able to assist us with the what and the how of the preference of ranking, but I think what we are seeking is a reason why the preference and ranking is required. Because yes, it's up to the committee to decide whether it wants to rank, but I think what we are seeking as a committee is, what is the reasoning for why Provincial Treasury is seeking the recommendation for preference in ranking? Because if we have the reason, then we can take that in consideration when we take the decision whether or not to rank. I'm hoping that the point is coming across a little bit more easier. I saw Dr. Nleya's hand and then Member Maseko.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Part of the reason is I think in the making of the final choice in advising the Executive Council in making the final choice, Minister also would want to in a way sort of get the confidence of the committee that indeed these are all appointable candidates, but to assist him in making the choice to advise the Executive Council. So that is that's the reason why we going through this request to the committee. But I just want to also add that on the other question to say that Chairperson, there was in the previous regulations a requirement for certain social service professions like psychology, sociology, social work that were required, but that has since been repealed. But the guidance of the King report perhaps would sort of lean towards getting a diversity of skills and profile of our board members. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. So the reason is because the Executive Council appoints the vacancy and the Minister has to advise the Executive Council. The Minister would like the reasoning from the committee, or the ranking at least from the committee, in order to better advise the Executive Council. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was easy enough. Member Maseko?
Covered, Chair.
Thank you so much. Okay, colleagues, before we get into the probity, there are a number of items that we need to make decisions on. I think 90, all of them relates to process. And I think we are able to deal with them before we get to the personal information part, just so that it is also, that this section is also then part of the open session. And the reason for that is it is quite difficult going offline on YouTube into a closed session and then back into an online session, which is also open. So we would rather prefer to deal with all of the matters that for the open session right now, and then move straight into the closed session. The first, I just want to find out if there's any follow-up questions before I go into the options that we need to consider. Okay, let me go into the first option then. Okay, in terms of Section 3.1 of the Western Cape Gambling and Racing Act, Act 4 of 1996, it says that the committee must, quote, evaluate, quote, closed all candidates as to their suitability for appointment. And this is obviously based on the shortlist that we receive. Neither the Act nor the regulations prescribe how the evaluation of candidates should be conducted. This could be through interviews or a paper-based activity. And we need to resolve as a committee on the way forward whether or not we would like to embark upon an interview process. All of the rest of the considerations is based on whether or not we want to embark on a paper-based or an interview process. So I'm going to put this question to the committee first before we consider the rest of the options. Members, how do you feel? Any input? Member van der Westhuizen.
Chair, just by looking at the applications and the qualifications and experience and skill sets of the candidates, I would be happy to, once we've been able to perhaps just contact the references for these people, to send through all 4 names to the Minister. You know, the pool is not that big that I think we will do him such a big favor to now bring the sample down to a manageable size. And as we in any case need to send through a minimum of 3 names, I'm happy to leave this to the minister to make the final selection. That is my feeling at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. I do know in this process compared to previous processes, I commend the department for working hard over the past 2 years in getting us to this point where we actually see a list of people where we don't have to consider whether or not they should be on the shortlist in the first place, based on the information that I see before us. All of them are definitely what can be considered suitable in terms of a short list before us. So for us, we just going to have to decide which is the most suitable and whether we consider all 4 most suitable to be on that list for the minister. I am in 2 minds about whether or not we do an interview process or not. I don't mind either way. Member Maseko?
Chair, thank you very much. I feel already the candidates are suitable. That is, it's not even questionable. But now, as the request is there to try and now I'm tired. Okay. As we are requested to try and say who will be our number 1, 2 until the 4, as we have 4. There need to be, I believe we have to have an interview so that we can say what is it what skill can we add, the social skill that we can add, because professionally they qualify, Chair. So we need maybe something that can be an X factor to add to the board that can add value also to the board. Now, if we just have to say we are going to send the names back, it will be based on what? I think I'm throwing it back to the other members also, that if we have to do that, if it can help me to say, yes, we are going to return those names back, and then we'll say this one because of 1, 2, 3, 4. It will be based on what, because all of them, they are suitable to be the board members. So if I can, maybe it can be our start, that will give us the direction of how are we going to go about what extra thing can we add to make the ranking of those members. For the board members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Member Maseko. You are 100% correct. If we are going to indicate that we are going to rank who we think is most suitable out of the 4, then we're going to have a method of deciding such ranking. And the one thing about the interview system is that it does assist us with indicating that preference of ranking. Whereas with a paper-based system, we would have to come across possibly with a different type of methodology in order to do that. Ms. Horton, do you have any views? What would happen if we had to follow a paper-based system? How would you envision us ranking persons, for example, then?
I think I think certain things do emerge from an interview process that you can't necessarily identify through a paper trail basis. So, for example, if you're wanting to test a candidate's views in terms of finding the correct balance between promoting gambling in terms of the economic benefits that can be derived, either in terms of job creation or the tax revenue that it generates, versus in terms of how you find the correct balance in terms of minimizing problem gambling, or at least trying to reduce problem gambling. I don't think you are necessarily going to find this in terms of the application forms. You won't get that sense. The other criteria is in terms of, does the committee want to consider somebody who has not necessarily got board experience to create a diverse board and give a younger person an opportunity. Those are some things that maybe the board would want to consider, but likewise, by having an interview process, the committee can satisfy itself that while that person may indicate no experience, board experience on paper, that person could fill that role fairly easily or within a short period of time. So I don't think it is for Provincial Treasury to dictate to the Standing Committee how it proceeds. It's just that by having an interview process, it does afford the committee an option also to cross-reference certain information. I think the committee can indeed remember from the last process that there was certain information, particularly as it relates to tax matters, that only emerged from an interview process. So why somebody can indicate that they got a clean a tax certificate, certain things do emerge through conducting interviews that will not necessarily emerge purely from looking at experience and qualifications. Thanks.
Thank you. I think, Ms. Horton, the matter of board experience in this regard is a bit moot, since all 4 of the candidates have certain type of board experience, even if it is not board experience on the Western Cape Gambling Board. But I do take the comment. With that, I'm okay if members would like to move forward for interview process. Member van der Westhuizen.
Chair, I think the first question that we should resolve is a question of whether we are in favor of sending through a ranked list. I think if the legislation wanted us to send through a ranked list, it would have been worded like that in the legislation. So my first proposal would be that we ask of the minister whether the cabinet wants us to provide them with a ranked list, so that we at least get that guidance. I agree with you. If we need to rank, then obviously I think going deeper into the applications is needed, and therefore we need, that will be done through interviews. But I still remain of the opinion that we should not send through a ranked list unless requested to by cabinet. And secondly, if we're not going to rank them, then I'm happy to support us sending through all 4 names on the strength of the information provided to us this far. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perhaps even a compromise between the 2 could even be that we don't send a ranked list, but we do send, for example, because in previous processes, we would have scoring sheets personally that would assist ourselves with indicating whether or not someone would be suitable and giving them marks. And this information we didn't necessarily send through to the minister, but we essentially have it. And it might be helpful then that even if we don't do a ranked list, that we just submit our administrative documents with the recommendations to the minister, perhaps. Member Maseko?
Chair, I think you sort of addressed the issue that I wanted to raise. That I think the issue of the weight scoring, it's sort of making us to go on and on. But in principle, is if we are going to have the scoring sheet, automatically ranking is going to be in place. So we don't have to really trouble ourselves about the issue of the scoring and concentrate on, on ranking and concentrate on the scoring of those candidates that we do have to send them as per their scoring sheets. And if we can end up having 1 or 2 candidates that we score at the same percentage or the same points, then that it will be up to the minister to say that how he will have to put his mind to make sure to sort of choose whoever that he will do. But for now, we don't know if that will be, we are just working with the presumption. I'm working with the presumption that it might be we get those that will have equal scores, but it might not be the case.
Thank you, Member Maseko. I think part of the problem is that we're working with legislation that is more than 20 years old, and at the inception of drafting of the legislation, there was no real guideline as to how the committee must embark upon this process. So each time in this process, we ask ourselves these questions. Are we going to interview? If we interview, are we going to have scoring? Are we going to, how many questions are we going to have? How much time are we going to allocate? It's a lot of procedural questions that we end up asking ourselves each time, instead of having a set standard procedure for how to do this. Members, would no, just hang on. Ms. Horton, would it assist the Minister if we send through our administrative documents, such as our scoring, even if we don't rank the persons in the list in recommendations? And another reason I just want to add to Member Maseko and what Member van der Westhuizen has been saying is because in the legislation, the Minister can choose from the most suitable candidates that we send him, and he makes then a recommendation to the Executive Council for appointment, or he can not make an appointment. So essentially, even if we did rank the persons, it wouldn't make a difference because the Minister still has a discretion to choose out of the people that we send him, the names, whether or not he wants one of those people. If you understand my thought train there.
That's exactly correct. It would not bind the Minister in terms of your recommendation, but I think it would be useful for the Minister to have insight into terms in terms of why the committee has favoured a particular candidate. But you are absolutely right. It's really incumbent on the Cabinet to appoint the board member.
Okay, colleagues, I'm going to then ask that, okay, firstly, I'm going to ask, do we want to rank the candidates irrespective of whether or not we want to send in scoring administrative documents? Let's first decide whether or not we're going to rank the candidates. I see Member Maseko and then Member van der Westhuizen.
Chair, thank you very much. Before I respond to that, maybe if we can get the clarity. What were the practices in the past in the department for the board members? Were they ranked before, and just to check our past, what is it that we were doing when coming to board members? Was ranking involved or not?
No problem. Thank you. Member van der Westhuizen.
Chair, perhaps that question can first be answered, but you know my view. I propose that we do not rank the candidates, and you also know that have we had 20 candidates, obviously we had to then narrow down the list, and then I would have been fully in support of interviews as in the past. But with only 4 candidates and all 4 of them ticking all the boxes and apparently being suitable, I remain with my initial impression that I think it wouldn't add the necessary value for us to go to a lengthy interview process, and that we should then send through all 4 names. I also wouldn't like eventually for the Minister to be able to feel that, we have now indicated our preference and he may have a different one. I think it can just create discomfort that is not necessary and that is not needed in terms of law. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Horton.
In the previous committees have used a scoring process and have used their scores to provide for a ranking. And typically how it would go, say, for example, candidate A is recommended. However, should candidate A not be available, we would recommend candidate B. So there is definitely in the past been a system of ranking, because I think one also has to the committee is comprised of various members who may have different associations in terms of importance of criteria. And that's hence why the ranking process has in the past been used, where the committee members, why it might be the same score per question, say 20% each question, certain of the committee members are placing a greater emphasis maybe on problem gambling, responsible gambling, whereas other may be placing a greater emphasis on the economic benefits that can be attributed to gambling and the legalization and legal gambling formats. I hope that helps, but in the past, yes, there has been ranking and it's been based on a scoring system. That's what's been used, but as been correctly stated, the minister is under no obligation in terms of just simply accepting the ranking that the committee has provided, and thank you.
Okay, it might be useful then if we decide not to rank and if we send our administrative documents as annexures to our report to the minister for guidance on what we do, it might assist if we, in the report, while not ranking, we could say, for example, we believe person A is suitable, having considered their qualifications and the experience. We believe person B is suitable, having considered their qualifications and experience. I don't think that would really add value to the report, but it is an option. Member Maseko?
Chair, thank you very much. And I asked that question because I sort of knew the answer that in the past and in the last term, I haven't been on the finance, I think recently, but we ranked and it was never a problem because we were using the scoring points to do that ranking, which automatically was just a help for minister if that is happens. It's just that now the only difference is that minister literally or the department have asked that we rank. If they wouldn't have said that, we were going subconsciously, so maybe rank by scoring, by the points. But from my side, Chair, if I have to respond to your question, is I believe we have to interview 1, 2. I don't have a problem with this ranking as the minister may be requested if we can do that for him. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, I think we've indicated what the way forward is now. That would then be interviews, no ranking, but that we send our administrative documents with our recommendations to the minister. And that the interviews are really then based on what Ms. Wharton indicated is more finding the correct balance of economic benefits and minimizing problem gambling and views, rather than a more of an interrogation on the qualifications and experience which we already have before us. Would members be happy with that? Member van der Westhuizen? I see your purple bubble, but I wasn't sure now.
Sorry, it's just the dogs barking in the background. No, I'll go with the decision of the committee. You know my views, but I'm happy to support whatever the majority in this committee feels. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that point has then been settled. We will then have interviews, and we will then, despite not ranking, send our administrative documents, such as our scoring, to the minister, should he require guidance in advising the Executive Council on the matter. Okay. If we are going to do interviews, we have a few new procedural matters that we will then have to consider. The first one is we have identified a possible date for interviews as next week, Wednesday, the 8th of September. And I thank the Programming Authority for being able to assist us with slotting in this legislative matter onto the program. The time slots given to us for consideration is next week, Wednesday, 9 until 3 o'clock, in order to do the interviews, which will also then include consideration and adoption of the draft report on the recommendations, which will then be submitted to the Minister as part of the ATC as well. And this also includes time allocation for committee members then to confirm and finalize the interview questions. In terms of that particular part, is members happy with that? Okay, no objections. I'm just going to go on then. Okay. And the next matter we will have to decide is whether or not our interviews are going to be closed or open to the public. In the past, we've had closed interviews because our interviews are essentially online and live streamed and on TV if it's open, and then there may be an advantage for those interviewing after the first candidate since they will have access to the interview questions. Any input from members on this regard? Member Maseko, member van der Westhuizen.
Chair, I agree with the suggestion of closed session for the interview.
Okay, thank you. Member van der Westhuizen.
Yes, Chair, I think in terms of fairness to the candidates that are interviewed first and last, it should be a closed session. I think it can be done. That meeting doesn't have to be on live streamed. And I think in terms of the systems that we use, the platforms, we are able to control access to the meetings also for limited time periods so that a candidate can be admitted to the meeting and then again be assisted to exit. I just think that it may be necessary for us to ensure that all candidates do have the necessary software or access to the interviews beforehand, but I do not foresee this to be any problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In terms of admittance and access to the platform, I think our procedural officer would be able to assist us with that. Member Nkondlo?
No, Chair, I wanted to be guided. What has been the practice in the previous interviews? Were they closed or open?
In our term, they were closed. I don't know about the previous term. I'm not sure if if the procedural officer is able to assist us.
Thank you, Chair. I just need to double check, but I think they were closed as well.
Okay. Member Maseko, you had your hand up.
No, Chair, I was going to say it has always been closed when coming to interviews.
Okay. Member Nkondlo, does that assist you?
Yes, Chair, to maintain, I think, practice. I think then I don't think we've got only that to guide us and keep them closed so that we do not necessarily have an outcry on inconsistency in terms of our process as the committee. Thanks.
No problem. Thank you so much. We will then have a closed interview session. Okay. The next consideration. Oh no, sorry, there's not a consideration. There's just administrative matters that Provincial Treasury will provide us with the respective files on the persons. I'm going to just ask that members just indicate to the procedural officer after the meeting whether or not they want hard copies or electronic files. I remember in the last session we received electronic files and I specifically requested hard copy, and the hard copy actually worked very well in the previous 1 or 2 rounds because it's just sometimes so much information in order to have it electronically. Okay, let's see. Next. Okay. In the past, we've received a question and answer guide from Provincial Treasury. We were then able to use this guide to decide whether or not we want to use those questions, and if or if we want to edit the questions, then we can edit the questions as well. Do we wish to receive this question and answer guide again from Provincial Treasury? What we then do is in the beginning of the first 40 minutes of the 8th of September, we would then go through this and agree to which questions will be asked and which member of the committee asked them and so on. Would members be okay with that? Going once, going
Yes,
twice.
Chair.
Okay. Is 40 minutes enough on the 8th of September for us to consider questions? Member van der Westhuizen?
Chair, on your previous question, I see that I still have on file the questions that we used end of last year and also in 2019. So I don't know to what extent our questions deviated from the proposals made by the officials, but perhaps if I could submit these questions that we used last time to our procedural officer, then she can pass it on to the department. And obviously, you know, if we can start off with the best foundation possible, I think it would just assist us.
I think what we can do is perhaps then for that first 40 minutes, what the procedural officer can do is not only do we then take the question and answer guide and just go through what we agree with or not, but we can then use our previous questions in the previous rounds to see, do we prefer to go back to those original questions or do we want to edit or add or delete anything? Member Maseko?
Chair, I don't know if I'm out of order and bear with me. Usually when we go for the interviews, one of the most important thing is the questions being asked to the candidates. Now, if you are going to have the questions that are last year or even last week, when we interview on a specific day that is still coming, sometimes it's uncomfortable. So my request is that if we are going to have a session of the interviews around 1, I'm making an example of the time. 1, can we have the session earlier, maybe around 12, to look at the questions that the department would have sent to us so that we can tweak those questions in preparation of the interview 1 o'clock. Then it becomes a very fair process that it doesn't have any issues that can come and haunt us at the later stage. Just a suggestion, and if it really is offensive, my apologies to honorable members. Thank you.
It is not an offensive question. Thank you, Member Maseko. How about then instead of 40 minutes to consider which questions we want to ask on the day, that we then extend it to 1 hour and that we then find out if we can start maybe a little bit earlier at 8:30 instead. And in that way we have a bit more time just to make sure that we have agreed to whichever questions we want to ask, whether it is similar to previous year's questions or new questions in that regard. Would members be happy with that?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, Member van der Westhuizen.
Can I just say, last year in August, we allocated only 20 minutes to each candidate with a 5 minutes break in between. So effectively 25 minutes. To stretch this now to an hour is really, you know, I'm also careful, or I'm also considering our own programs and our own time that is, you know, we never have enough time for all the demands made on us. So I'm really reluctant to now go from a 20-minute interview to an hour interview. And I think your proposal of 40 minutes might be then a good compromise.
Member, just to interrupt you there, it's the hour request recommendation is not regarding the interviews, it's regarding the session for us to decide on the questions and answers. It's not the actual interview time that we're discussing or anything like that. the interview time considerations are still coming. So that is the beginning session where we as members are just us members and we say, we want to ask Deirdre, how many apples have she bought in the past year? I don't know.
That's fine then. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. If all other members happy with that, then we're going to start it off plus 8 just so we can give ourselves more time with the question and answer session where we decide the question and answers.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, perfect. Okay, let's see the next consideration. Okay, so the next consideration now we're at the actual interview matters. So this would relate to putting the advice is that we put 30 minutes aside. In the one previous vacancy process, we used 20 minutes, and in another one we used longer, which was I think about 40 minutes. So the 30 minutes this time is a bit of a compromise because in some cases in the one process, the time was too short as well as for us to discuss matters. And in the other process, the time was a bit too long in between candidates. So the idea is for us to try and improve the process a little bit by compromising with 30 minutes per interview and then with 10 minutes in between for discussions. How would members feel about that?
Fine. Fine with me. Thank you.
Okay, I don't hear any objections. Okay. Okay, so the scoring process, last time what we did in the 2019 and 2020 years is we received those scoring sheets. It was part of the guide for questions and answers. And then we are able to, make our own notes and things like that. Given that we are now going to be submitting our administrative documentation, we can possibly, just take a photo of our documents once we have completed them and send it to the procedural officer. So that is part of that. It's not really a consideration. Yeah, and the last one is also not really a consideration. It's just that we put time at the end of the session aside, which there is enough time just for consideration adoption of the draft report on the recommendations. The procedural officer usually is quite quick actually with this process, and we usually then break for about 30 minutes or so just so that she can complete the report, as it is also not a long report usually. But those are all the considerations to my knowledge that we need to take at this moment. Ms. Adams, have I missed anything?
No, Chair, I think you've covered everything.
Okay, perfect. With that, colleagues, I'm now going to just ask that we go into the probity report session. This is thus the session where we just where we check personal information and whether everything is in line with the law in terms of what we received in terms of that personal information. And thus we will now be in a closed session. Ms. Adams, I'm just going to give you a minute or two just to make sure that the session is closed before we proceed, and then you can just indicate to us if we can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll just double check for you.
relation to this, that the resolutions on the other matters we dealt with earlier on, are we still going to deal with that?
Thank you for reminding me. I put my page here somewhere now. Okay, perfect. Ms. Adams, are we able to open up the meeting then?
Yes, Chair, I've asked ICT to open.
Okay, let's do that.
Just
quickly.
waiting on
Just
the
a minute or
response.
two.
We're open, Chair.
Perfect, thank you. Member Nkondlo, you can jump straight into resolutions first then.
Okay, Chair. I think I heard you in the earlier conversation indicating that if we've got further questions to Provincial Treasury on both the procurement disclosure report and the one on local government, we can still be allowed to write those. So I wanted to just confirm that, because I think there were some things that I wanted to just inquire on, in particular the disclosure report, because for me, I think that is the only thing that I would like to just get further clarity on some questions that I could not ask due to time.
Yes, that is perfectly in order. You may go ahead. Or do you want to submit them in writing? I'm not sure if you want to pose them now.
Okay, I can write them to the committee coordinator if Chair, you do not mind.
I don't mind. You can submit them then to our procedural officer. Perfect.
Thanks.
Okay. The only resolutions I have from those presentations are requests for documentation. The first one, I don't recall Provincial Treasury submitting their comments to us that they made on the draft public procurement bill. But if they have, the procedural officer can just forward that to us again. And if they haven't, if we can just request those comments, please. And then if they can just submit to us the supply chain management policy of our provincial departments and entities, just so that we have that for our records, as well as if Provincial Treasury can submit the SCM strategy, the indicator they have a document like that, as well as the accounting officer blueprint. I hope I wrote this document's name down correctly now. And then the other one is, I don't know if it's a document or if it's like a manual thing or if it's just a system, but they indicated that they have procurement planning toolkits that they give to the different departments and local government spheres and stuff like that. And I wanted to find out if it's a document where it explains like step by step, you know, what people are supposed to be doing, if we can maybe have that toolkit. If it's a system, then that's fine. They don't need to send that, obviously, but maybe we can, if we can just have that information from them. Member Nkondlo?
Thank you, Chair. I would just want to suggest, Chair, I think as part of our programming, whether this year would still allow or early next year, that at a certain point, I think we really need to invite National Treasury, especially, I think, on these new and some of these instruction notes that seems to be a challenge in terms of procurement harmonization between the province and national. And I think the Provincial Treasury at most has done well to explain their side of the story and their arguments of why some of these are actually creating a systems challenge and consistency from their side. I think for me, it will be important to indeed, and I support if the submission to the procurement bill they've done, if such could be shared with us. But also, I think at a certain point, we really need to invite National Treasury, especially their office of the procurement officer, so that we can start to understand, you know, the thinking between National Treasury and the province and the areas of convergence, specifically for me on the issues of local content, as it was raised, I think, by Nadia this morning, but also the overall, I think, think some of these limitations, you know, that actually put some pressure and may lead to sort of compliance challenges from the province in as far as the requirements or the regulations are concerned. Thanks, Chair.
I'm happy with that. Members, are you happy with those? Going once, going twice?
Yes,
Sold.
Chair.
Okay. Are there any other resolutions or actions? Okay, if none, then colleagues, with that, that is the end for today. We've ended an hour and a half earlier than expected. And for that, I would like to thank you and thank you for being with us since early this morning on this marathon session. I hope that you stay safe and you stay warm and that you enjoy the rest of your spring day. Goodbye.